Just realized that I
You
forgot
never tested?
to check the audio. Guys, can you hear Bubbles? We're gonna need you guys to be able to hear Bubbles. Bubbles, say something. Yeah. If you can't hear Bubbles, then we're in deep doo-doo. And the stream will have to be postponed for a minute while I restart.
I can hear myself.
Oops, I'm doing this all backwards. You can? Good. Very good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an experimental little series that we're going to try for now. So let us know how it goes. We're going to take it fairly relaxed today, fairly slow. I recognize Harmon, the first person I spot with my little eyes. The reason why I call him out specifically is because Harmon is well versed in BattleTech, so it's good to have you on board. You'll be able to point out anything you miss. Very nice. Welcome to the stream. And no, we're not late. We're actually fairly on time. Fairly on time.
Feeling late.
Nearly, but not quite. Today, we're going to be talking about BattleTech. Now, we're jumping on the bandwagon because everybody is. We're riding that whole GW thing, collapsing. So, BattleTech. What is BattleTech, right? What makes BattleTech kind of interesting, and why should you check it out if you haven't heard of it already? Well, the thing is...
Homestar.
That's a very good reason, but we'll get to the details of Comstar very, very, very soon. So I wanted to sort of explain a little bit about BattleTech and what it kind of encompasses, so you guys can kind of understand like what kind of medias it covers. It's a mecha combined arms sort of franchise with a more centric focus on mecha, but not in the same case of like IPs like Gundam, where it's solely like mecha and the tanks and infantry are very much secondary. Now you'll notice in other media that they sort of forget this, but just know that in the core sense and in the rules of the tabletop as well as the story, infantry and tanks, do matter. They're extremely important. Now, the IP encompasses video games, tabletop war games, pen and paper games, books, a collectible card game, books, and more. I think I said books twice there. I did. 10 out of 10.
You did.
10 out of 10. But it's
actually... going to be real technical. Pen and paper games include books.
That's true. The pen and paper are solely books. Time of War and Mech Warrior. Those are separate. Now, the setting itself is a neo-feudalistic science fantasy. This is basically like, you know, what if, like, great houses and the peer system sort of came back, so you have a system of people that go, like, you know, your dynasty, your family were, like, great scientists, so you'll obviously be a great scientist, right? That's how that works, right, Bubs? That's gonna work out pretty well. So, yeah. That is very interesting. Now, another thing super important to break up real quick before we dive into the timeline a little bit is the eras. This is super important to know. This is actually one of the best things about BattleTech, in my opinion. This thing right here you see before you is a picture I stole from somebody else, but you can see where it breaks things into universes. We'll be fairly lax. I'll read that in a sec. But I'll just get through my piece here. So this is a really good breakdown of the timeline. Now, it's not 100% accurate because I already noticed there's some serious faults with it, like the Age of War 2005 to 2570. Not quite accurate, so just ignore that, please. The Age of War is basically the period in time in which, you know, the fall of the Terran Alliance, but we'll get to that in a sec. But yeah, they break it up into eras. So you have the Age of War, which is before the Star League, the Succession Wars, which includes 1 through 4, and then the late Succession Wars, which is obviously the last one, the Clan Invasion, the Civil War, the Jihad era, the Republic era, Dark Age, and Ilkhan era, which is the current lore of where the timeline is now. What's nice about these things is because they break it up into timelines, you can pick any era in which to play. So while they don't really expand on like previous eras a lot, specifically, for example, the Age of War being not very much expanded on, you can revisit those eras and play in them while not having to worry about new tech or new equipment or new factions and things like that, which is kind of nice. It makes it easier to distinguish between the eras, the technology, and the balance. A really big point of contention, where you're going to notice a schism in the fandom, is specifically the clan invasion. Bubbles and I actually talked about this last night, and one of the big problems a lot of people had with the fandom from the Succession Wars period to the clan invasion is the introduction of Omnimechs, because of the mechanics behind Omnimechs and the ability to switch out equipment almost seamlessly by comparison to the Inner Sphere mechs, because Inner Sphere mechs operate on variants. And that's a huge balance and game changer of the whole system of how that works. Because before you had things like, you know, the Panzer J, so to speak, there are things like that, like with World War II, different variants of tanks. Now you could technically take your Panzer, 3, and you could put anything on it seamlessly, and it wouldn't change the variant. You could seamlessly swap between different weapons and equipment, which very much, as you imagine, changed how the gameplay for the tabletop played, as well as how the balance sort of panned out. So there are things like that to bear in mind. Now, we're going to tip our toes into the next thing, but before I do that, Brother Strato donates $5, say, all hail Comstar. Comstar is best girl. They are one of the best Inner Sphere powers, hands down, because they're silly and they do silly things. Bubbles, do you want to mention a silly thing that they've done in the past?
No, that's for later.
God damn it.
Comstar is good. Comstar is life.
They're not, though. But, no, they kind of are. Black 1917 donates $3, say Squeak, Lord Squeak. Blue Bear says, it's safe, and thank you for the donation. It says, it's safe to ignore everything after the Jihad era. Yeah, you're going to notice that from a lot of people, including myself. There are certain points in the lore in which it's a universe that's been around since, like, 1984, was when BattleTech was made and introduced, and you're going to notice there's a lot of degradation in the writing, and because it's shifted hands from FASA, which is its original owner, to, I believe it was WizKids, and now it's in the hands of Catalyst Games Labs, and it's kind of a mess, to be honest. While the Era system has helped contain that mess, it's not as bad as, like, the Star Wars, like, Disney canon, where it bleeds into everything, because the Era system kind of keeps them separate, so it has a good compartmentalization. A lot of the crappy eras, like, for example, the Jihad era, or the Dark Age, one of the most notorious ones, are separate and contained to their own little boxes, where they belong. Optimus Jedi donates $2, say, peace of Blake be with you. It's ironic when you consider the Jihad era. It's like, yes, peace of Blake, we just nuke everybody. But I heard of the Jihad era, and after, it gives me Gathering Storm vibes. See, I'm not super into Warhammer anymore. Like, I don't remember. I remember reading or hearing about that, but I don't remember what exactly that was about.
I think a good synonym is poop.
Yeah, I think so too. WizKids killed the IP. Yeah, I was trying to be diplomatic about it, but you're kind of right. Like, they drove it into the ground with the Dark Age edition of BattleTech, which turned into a hero clicker game, which was a disaster because that fad was basically on its way out when it was introduced. I hear something. Did you hear something?
I heard a beep. Was your microwave, Kyle?
I don't think so. That was weird.
Was your AC?
No. All right. Well, whatever. Carrying on. Sorry, that totally just distracted me there. The weird little beep sound. Yeah, the big thing with the clan invasion, says Harmon, is that they were introduced before BV points in 40k, and the game was balanced around tonnage, and the clans are always better per ton mech. Yeah, that led to a lot of players who had Inner Sphere armies being very, very upset. Rightfully so.
Imagine why.
Like, your army is basically out of date. It ran into the same age-old problem that everything runs into when you introduce a new faction. The new faction is often overpowered or broken or poorly balanced, or is maybe done intentionally that way in order to try to convince people to buy into the product. And that is never a good thing, and that was definitely evident when I did research on the whole launch of the clan invasion. They later balanced it later on, but it was one of those things that the fandom took a... I think that was the first time there was like a big schism when I saw anything happen. Optimus Jedi says, why are nukes the be-all and all? I know a lot of tech regresses, but doesn't anyone have a countermeasure? I mean, they do have stuff to deal with it. It's just technology degrades, which will dip
I
into
mean,
the timeline a little bit. What's
you
up?
can shoot down a nuke. Are you going to shoot down the second nuke, the third nuke, the fourth nuke, the fifth nuke? How many nukes are you going to shoot down? At what point do weapons just become useless because your countermeasures are too effective?
There's too many.
It's like you're not going to get to the point where weapons are going to be useless. Nukes make big booms and they're pretty cheap to make.
Yep.
That's why they're the end all be all.
They do fire more than one. And in a short story, it's called Ghost Rain. It's in the first Succession War book. It details the events on a Free Worlds League planet, if I'm calling from memory correctly, where in between the interim of the American Civil War and the first Succession War, they're basically waiting there. They're stationed there. They're like, we're relatively safe and secure on this planet. There was an old Star League recruiting building not too far away with some pamphlets in it, and they're sitting there, and then the Draconis jump in with like a bunch of ships, and just begin orbitally bombarding the planets with nukes, because they were afraid that they had a Star League base. In when it turned out to be just a small recruiting station, but they didn't have intel on that. Now I'd like to point out that the planet, even if it did have defenses, wouldn't matter. You have a giant ass fleet above you, and you're being bombarded with nuclear bombs. Like, not one, not two, not three. Like, the entire planet is an irradiated hellhole in the current era of where BattleTech is, because of what happened like 400 or 500 years ago. So they didn't use just one. They didn't just use two. They used hundreds, if not thousands, of atomic weapons. And they did
then
that
you
throughout the
realize
first Succession War.
quickly that planet is now useless.
It is. Now
And you're like, oopsie.
that's going to be a problem after the first Succession War. I mean, I guess we're going to dip our toes a little bit into the timeline. I was like, yeah, no, we'll talk about the Kearney Fuchida thing and all that crap. Now, this is actually a little bit more interesting. But, like, so what happens in the first Succession War, there's this thing called the Aries Convention. Think of that as the Geneva Convention of our world, right? It's basically a convention which is like, you can't use chemical weapons, blah, blah, blah. Except imagine the Aries Convention is a little bit opposite of that. It's like, it's got a bunch of loopholes in it in which the great houses can sort of, go like, well, we can legally fight wars now because this document more or less legalizes warfare because there are legal ways to play, so to speak, for the House Lords. And that's not to say that the other House Lords didn't violate the treaty either. They would do it through proxy, terrorist organizations, cells, and other members of other organizations to sort of do it. And sometimes, in some cases, they would outright just do it anyways. The Capellan Confederation, I believe they were the ones who created the Aries Convention. They were one of the people that were inspired by it, because during the Age of War, there was a battle in which the Free Worlds League jumped in, right? They sent some tanks and infantry into a city, and this is one of the big things that kicked it off. And the tanks were rolling up into the city, and they panic because they're seeing people in the windows, and they're inexperienced, and the commander panics and just says, open fire, because he sees some people moving in a window. And they open fire. They fire HE rounds into this large structure. HE rounds, until it's like a burning husk, and the entire division stops firing. And he realizes, when he looks out of his peripheral vision, that it says something like something clinical children's hospital next to his sponson. And he just goes to his knees and starts to weep, because he just realized that his entire division obliterated a children's hospital. Now, that incident was so profound. It struck like so many of them, and the House Lords at this point, were like, oh, that's so terrible. These people are still sick bastards, bearing that in mind. But Lisha Liao, I believe it was Lisha Liao, was the one who was like, oh, we need to stop this. We need to do something. Aries Convention. And was it Ian Cameron? I can't remember. One of the Camerons rolls up and is like, yeah, babe, let's make a document. This document later becomes a little bit of a cornerstone in what would later become the Star League, because you first sign that Aries Convention, and all the industry powers agree to it because of that incident. That was one of a few war crime incidents that occurred during the Age of War. Fun bit of trivia on the Age of War: less people died in the Age of War than all of World War II. That's always funny to me, because they try to blow, when you read about it, the characters' portrayal, it's like, oh, it's so horrific, but in actuality, over multiple hundreds, over 1,000 star systems, Bubbles, Like, less people died in this conflict than World War II. That's not that bad.
It's really not.
It's actually very small. It's just that the news medias of these various nation states blew it out of proportions. I just found that amusing.
It's also a bit of a problem with a lot of literature where numbers aren't really realistic.
True. Very true. It could... I wouldn't say that there was necessarily a plot hole, so to speak, because they made a point to point that out. That was an intentional focus, if I recall correctly, in Age of War book, which is a digest era book, which is like 30 pages big, which is absolutely puny. Now hold on, just some super duper chats. Welcome to the stream, TFZ on Twitch. Don't be afraid, you're not alone over there. I'm sure there's somebody else lurking in there. Shadow Fox donates $5 to say, there is an age-old saying, Kibs. If you ain't using overkill, then you ain't doing it right. I mean, that's fair. They're not gonna get up again, I guess. Raptorsaurus RDG donates $5 to say, I love MechWarrior Hero Clicker game because it's what got me into BT when I was 11. But yeah, WizKids was trash. Honestly, it's not, I don't, like, if you liked it, that's whatever. For me, as a little kid, that's kind of when I started figuring out what WizKids was, because they did the Connects thing. Like, Bubbles, are you familiar with what a Connect is? Like, it's actually something not a lot of people are familiar. Connects are like, they're kind of like Legos, but they're made out of like plastic long pieces. To hell with this, I'm Googling it. Connects BattleTech.
They're kind of like Legos, but the long.
Yeah, they're like
so a long Lego piece.
Yeah, they're like long Lego pieces. Or was it Connects? Or what was it? God damn it! What were they called? Oh, there they are. Oh god, they're so ugly looking. As a little kid, I thought those were cool. There we go. Alright. You'll see him come up on stream in a second. These friggin' things. Yeah.
You're saying I have to go watch the stream now?
You little slacker. Fine, I'll do you a solid. You owe me. Don't forget this. Favor from Kib.
Uh-huh.
No, just click on that. That'll take you to the Google search for it. Oh, it's...
You're a donkey.
Was it Knex with a K? And it's just Knex. Wow, okay. I didn't know how to spell it. K with a little weird squiggle thing, Nex. Yeah, they're like Legos, but they're long. Like, I don't...
They just look like Technic.
I don't know what that is. Either way, they're long and stuff. And they're weird.
Technic is a Lego product.
Maybe this was like competing with Legos and they took a MechWarrior deal. That's so weird. What a weird tangent. But yeah, there has been physical toys of this franchise. They're physical toys for the awful TV show, which we'll get to in a bit. Black1917 donates a generous $3 to say, Junior Lore Master Kibs, where is Lore Master Barch? Lore Master Barch is not here with us today. Lore Master Barch is not Lore Master of BattleTech. Lore Master Barch is like, is that a BattleTech? And it's like, Barch, that's a gun. That's like... Oh my god, they look identical.
Yeah.
That's a Technic from Lego for episode 1 of B1 Battle Droid. Around the same period, both of those were popular, so that must have been competing with each other.
Probably.
What a strange gimmick.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool because you can...
Their joints move.
Yes, you can have a lot of moving parts. In fact, it even had engines and stuff like that.
Yeah, that stuff was cool, but then they discontinued it.
I'm pretty sure Technic is still around.
Oh, is Technic still around? I don't think Connects is.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Well, we're not here to talk about Connects or Technic. But that was an interesting little sign. Oh, that picture is so low quality. Ah, the Terran Alliance. Their thing. They existed. Did I get it all? Yes. Good, we're caught up. Excellent.
Are you sure you don't want to start at the very, very beginning?
Oh boy. You know what? We'll run through the basics. So there was a long time ago, little baby chat. There was these two people, Thomas Kearney and Takayoshi Fuchida. And I wrote them down and I have a document up because I will never remember, like I can never remember their names other than Kearney Fuchida because the thing they invent is called a Kearney Fuchida fusion reactor. And they're basically like two very brilliant scientists of their time. They basically are in our time, right now where we're alive, they're basically coming up with these ideas, these technologies. Around 2020, which by the way, by 2020, I believe that's when they published their paper. Or no, that's when the first fusion reactor went into. We already messed up the timeline, guys. We broke it. We also messed up a bunch of other stuff, but we'll worry about that
Fine.
later.
It's laid back, Kyle. People aren't supposed to learn anything in a structured sense.
It's fine. It's fine. 2027. That was the first Mars voyage, which was like, okay, we can travel to Mars, and that's a big deal. Like, first humans travel to Mars, big deal. 2108 rolls around. A few years later, Kearney and Fuchida are obviously dead at this point. They still are using their stuff and information and their research because they're that smart. I just want to point out that these people are like super smart people, because a lot of that is the foundation for what's to come. That's
Right.
when they.
To be fair, we still use research from 80 years ago.
I know.
To this day.
So, no,
that's normal.
I'm not attacking it. I'm actually saying like that's actually kind of somewhat reasonable. The first jump ship is made. Now I did try to look. I looked up how jump ships work, and it's really weird. And I'm not going to go into that here because we'll have to talk about that on a separate video because it's going to make Bubbles' eyebrows frown about the practicality of it. So 2108, Tau Ceti is the first system in which humans jump to successfully in the TAS Pathfinder. That's a big deal because humans are now, like, they've proven that they can get back. And that was a round trip. So they jump out, and then they jump back in. So that's big. The jump ship technology works, and then jump ships begin to enter production in the dockyards. In 2116, the first human colony outside of Sol is set up on the same place where they jumped. And Tau Ceti 4 is the planet's name, was established. So that's a big deal. That's the first human colony. Now, the timeline sort of skips over this point into 2235, and when 2235 rolls around, about almost a century later, well over a century later, the Terran Alliance, which has now seized control of Terra and is in total, like, is bankrolling this expedition stuff, launches a survey. They send out ships to check everywhere because ships have been jumping out from Earth, and at such a rapid degree because people want to go out there and carve out their own, homeland and things, and because there's so much promise of, like, wealth. It's like a gold rush, basically.
Yeah, people want to go to the new frontier.
They do, and so people are jumping out. They actually jump out at such a rapid degree from different, like, nations, because while the Terran Alliance exists, the Terran Western Alliance, I want to point out that it's not super unified. Like, it's a sphere of Western powers at the top, and the Eastern Bloc and the other blocks of nations are underneath because of the Third World War. They kind of lost that, so they don't have a lot of power there. They'll form into the Terran Alliance once they fully recognize that, and then they'll start jumping into space. That's also how the Great Houses are very much like German, Anglo and American, and Japanese, and things like that. That has to do with the fact that the Western powers were the first to jump out. So there's actually a lower explanation as to why these groups of people predominate most of the stars centuries later. But yeah, so they do a survey. They discover like 600 plus colonies, and they're like, holy crap, like we need to tax them. We need to, like, regulate this. And so the Terran Alliance at this point is this bureaucratic disaster. It's like it's bloated government. It can barely hold stuff together. They're having troubles keeping track of things. They're trying to tax people. There's an illegal ice trade going on, which is a whole thing of itself, that the people are selling ice to different planets that need it because the Terran Alliance can't approve it, and they want to tax that. They can't. There's two major political movements inside the Terran Alliance. There's the people who are more favorable towards colonies, and then there's the more, pro-Terran Alliance government. And there's, like, a massive clashes going on there. The first thing that kicks this off is the, let's see, I think the 2314. Massive riots, yep. Systems lead to the rise. Nope, that's actually before that. Yep. So there's, like, an incident that happens on the, let's see, Coreward. Okay, so if you see my mouse chat, Coreward is up here, and this is Rimward. So the core's center of the galaxy is north, and the south of the galaxy is, I hate saying that, but that's just how it is. Like, that's toward the rim of the galaxy, and that's how the map is, and it's mapped out from Terra. Terra is how that map orientation works. And so I believe it was Rimward, where the Canopus was, is where basically there was like a separatist movement. They're like, no, we want our own separate, we want to be separate. And the Terran Alliance at this point hasn't really militarized space properly. They only have troop transport. So they sent out a series of transports carrying like Marines and military ground forces to quell the dissidents and rebels. They get there, it goes absolutely poorly. They get absolutely slaughtered by the resistance and the separatists, and they basically have to return home in shame, with just in shambles. That is so bad that the Terran Alliance, like separatism, is now spreading throughout the entirety of their sphere. They are like, oh shit, we're gonna pull back. So they end up pulling back to basically this like inner sphere section, a very small section around Terra. I think it was like I don't remember the distance. It was like 30 light years or something like that.
30 light years, which is exactly one jump, or the maximum distance of one jump ship.
Yep.
Did one jump.
They pulled back within the smallest amount because they couldn't maintain the thing, and they were like, "Fuck it." They cut off all supplies, all resources to all the colonies, and they just said, "All right, fine, you can have your independence." And so what followed was a series of starvation, wars, and other horrible things in the other realms. While not every world, disappeared, a lot of worlds that were dependent on Terra for support and supplies ended up either A, disappearing and being just wiped out, or B, forming alliances with other neighboring stars and slowly building up these great powers that would later become the great houses. And so they build up, and meanwhile...
That
Go ahead.
also happened to other reasons.
Go ahead.
Well, you need to kind of jump 100 years forward in time for that to properly happen.
Oh, you're talking about the...
Hegemony.
Hegemony. I don't have problems pronouncing that word, chat. Don't worry about it.
Sure you don't, Kyle.
The hegemony. Okay. All right. The Terran hegemony. Okay. I'm saying it right, right? I'm saying it right? Yes?
If you say so, Kyle.
The Terran hegemony.
If you say so, Kyle.
I'm saying it, chat. Am I saying that right? Oh my god, please. Like, I had so much problems when I did the Terran oh no. How do you say it again? Hegemony? Hegemony.
Perfect, Kyle.
Hegemony. Yes, I have it. Sturha says I've got it. No. Okay, we're just going to Google this real quick. I need to solve this before we go further because we're going to be talking about the TH a lot. Hegemony. Pronunciation. I don't know why I struggle with this word.
Hegemony.
Hegemony. Hegemony. Ugh. Why? Hegemony. Hegemony. Please, God. Don't let me mess this up.
Hegemony.
I'm putting that on the other tab. Because the Terran hegemony is going to be talked about a lot. That's what sucks about this next part. Where we are on the timeline. Oh, kill me. Alright, so they close up within 30 light years. They basically fall into a civil war. James McKenna, an absolute Chad who has terrible artwork. Do not Google it. It's awful.
That means you should Google it.
He looks
in fact, Carl should bring it up on screen, in fact,
oh god,
to be honest.
Fine. The artwork for this IP sucks. That's why
some of the artwork. Some of it's good. Some of it's the worst thing in the history of ever.
Like, some of this crap, like, some of it's really good, okay? Like, I give it a lot more crap than it deserves, but, like, it's actually terrible. Oh god, no, please. Oh, Jesus, he looks like a mongoloid. What happened to your face? Help me. I'm gonna steal this from Sarna. I don't have this saved on my desktop for obvious friggin' reasons. That's what he looks like in canon. That is... That's awful. That's actually bad. That's why I started the whole, like, we were going to redo all of the BattleTech art for the characters. And that's why we're going to have to re-look into doing that. Yeah, this isn't even the worst one. You should see Richard Cameron. Like the man-boy child. Like, oh, God. Like, oh, God. He looks so bad. Yes, the art in this IP suffers from cheap, or it was done in-house. Like, this is just bad. This is just terrible. I don't know if this person is just a friend of somebody who did it, and they did it, like, that's kind of cool, but, like, it should have been updated later on. This is... I need a drink. This is supposedly a really important character, because what he would set in motion would be the rise of the Terran hegemony, which would literally become one of the most powerful nations in the inner sphere. And this is what he looked like. It's a miracle they survived. What a terrible...
You're not the beautiful one.
Oh god, you have more? I don't really know. Who gives me 20 tacos, say, hey, Jaimani. Words are hard. I don't know why you say it wrong. That's terrible. Bubbles. Is that a Maris?
No, it's Jacob Cameron.
Oh.
The art is technically fine, but Jesus Christ.
God. It's so bad. I'm sorry, chat. Like, there's some things where it's going to be hard for BattleTech to compete with when it comes to, like, if you're coming from IPs like Warhammer, for instance. Because a lot of Warhammer art in the current, like, era, and some of the stuff from, like, the 90s and stuff, is actually remarkably good. Now, I'm going to say that this is probably from the 80s, because remember, BattleTech started in 1984, okay? This is awful. This is aged so poorly, it's abysmal. Like, what is that mustache? Like, dude, you're the first lord of the friggin' Star League, and you look like an
80s.
absolute mongoloid. He's like, yes, I'm the first lord of the entire fucking out of humanity. That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, but not... A lot of this art sucks. Even the new art has a lot of problems. In fact, the art direction of this IP is bad in a lot of ways. It's inconsistent, it's all over the place, it's really lacking in some areas. There's some art that's good, and the few artists that are actually good at making the art for this IP, like, they do all the art, and so it all looks the same. So then it just subtracts from the series again. So that's one problem that BattleTech has. It's one of the new problems it has. The mech designs have lost a lot of soul in the current stuff, and it really shows.
To be fair, some of that soul could stand to be lost.
Yeah, no, some of it can go straight to hell.
Like, find your spider.
No, please, no. No, let's just move on.
No. You brought it up, Carl.
No.
This is a relaxed stream.
No,
and
please.
we're on this topic now. Let me go find you the
Please.
spider from this book.
I don't need to look at that. Like,
Spider-Mech.
Bubbles is
Spider-Mech.
like, oh, Kibs is talking about
whatever
BattleTech.
Spider-Mech does.
And he starts sending me the worst art I've seen in my life. Oh, that's terrible. What is that? That's not the worst. It's still pretty bad, though.
Yeah, you're right. Listen to the genre. It's not worse, but it's awful still.
Spider-Man. Oh my god. This art has the lighting understanding of, like, my old art. Like, it reminds me of myself, and that makes me sad. Go away. That's really bad. Like, they're trying to do a dynamic thing, like, the cameras look, like, the cockpits look into his left, and he's, like, stepping, and his legs, like, snapping off. Like, I don't know what's...
It's like, the leg's bending.
It's like... It's a high-gravity planet, okay?
This is a titanium and aluminium frame, and it's fucking bending.
No! Don't look at it, chat! We're here to talk about the cool stuff. Shh, don't look. Close your eyes. It's terrible. Oh my god, what the hell was I talking about? That was significantly more important than this. The Hergemony.
The rise of the...
Yeah.
Come on, Kyle.
Google, come here quick. Google, where did I put you? I had the thing up and... Oh god. Pronounce Google.
Yeah?
I can't do it. Even Google just automatically pulls it up for me now. Oh, it's hegemony. Why do I have such a hard time with that word? Whatever. Moving on. The TH.
I don't know, but it's funny.
Shut up. The TH is their new abbreviation. Would be formed because... Wait, no, we skipped over some stuff. James McKenna. Jesus Christ. Civil War. Terran Alliance is starting to crumble. James McKenna's like, hey, let's build a fleet. And so the corrupt Terran Western Alliance, he managed to convince a bunch of, Terran Alliance, he managed to convince a bunch of people to fund him for his construction of a fleet because he was in charge of the Navy, if you could call the flotilla of the Terran Alliance a Navy. And then they helped him build some of the first warships. And then he took those warships because his men were loyal to him, and then he positioned them above Terra, and he's like, stop it. And then he stop having a civil war down there. And if you don't stop it, I forget which island he targeted, but he blew up an island. He's like, I'm gonna do that to every major city. And lo and behold, the populace drug out all the people that were dissidents on either side and arrested them very quickly. The fear of being bombarded from orbit was quite horrifying from them. Even though the ship's weapons were fairly primitive at the time, and it was relatively early into their ships. I can't remember which types they were off the top of me head. But it was quite impressive. In fact, it's important to note this because Terran Alliance, now the TH, because James McKenna would take over control, he would seize the government, and he would install himself as the director of the TH, would basically be the first power in the inner sphere to possess a navy. Now, while the other nations that were forming did have, their own ships, they had transports, and maybe they had some, smaller combat-capable vessels, they had nothing on the scale of any dedicated military ships. And so, James McKenna was very much a military man. He was born in Canada, which was a grave sin on his part. That's probably where the looks come from, really. But he was like, I'm going to reforge humanity together again. And I'm going to do it through military might. He launches 2 campaigns himself, which he goes to expand the Terran Alliance, so to speak. Ah, crap, I don't have the... Well, that's kind of a picture that kind of helps. I forget the actual, finding the art, I had the book for it, but I didn't take a picture of my phone. But he re-expands the Terran, the TH, what we'll call them. And they manage to retake a lot of stars and stuff like that. He then eventually passes it on to his heir, Conrad, in 2338, excuse me. And Conrad was not as capable as his father. He overextended himself, and at the Battle of Surma, one of the pretty important battle, he managed to get basically the fleet obliterated because they jumped into a system where there was mines and all sorts of dormant torpedoes and all sorts of traps, and they got absolutely plastered in Surma. And so basically, the reunification of humans, or humans, mankind, there's only humans in this universe, ended with that campaign. And it was pretty bad. People were very upset. Then, James McKenna managed to use his public support to make sure he didn't get his son executed, but the High Council basically chose to not allow Conrad to succeed. But because they didn't want to, anger people, because McKenna was actually fairly beloved, they chose his cousin, Cameron. I believe it was Michael Cameron would become the Director General. Oh, good. You had that up. I couldn't remember. I was like, is it Michael? Or is it Ian? I always get those two mixed up. Michael was a lot different than his predecessor, James. He was very much more a man of diplomacy. And he made a lot of overtures to the various powers to make peacemaking deals and things of that nature to stop the wars the various powers had that were forming outside of the sphere. And he managed to make the TH in a more favorable position. Because before, the TH was viewed as that little warmongering bastard in the center of the sphere that wanted to conquer everybody.
Which caused a lot of systems to be like, hey, we're pals now.
Yeah, pretty
They
much.
did that before, but the Terran hegemony, their military aggression, made the systems be like, this looks bad.
They were scary because they couldn't compete with the TH. The TH had access to all the industrial capacities of Terra. It had the dockyards. It had all these things that these other places still didn't have. And so they couldn't catch up. So they were afraid. Like Bubble said, the TH caused things like the Federated Suns, the Free Worlds League, the Lyran Commonwealth, the Draconis Combine, the Compelling Confederation, which kind of were already, some of them were already a thing. They caused those that existed to really grow. So at this point, they're like, a lot of worlds are like, I'm applying for membership. I want in. I want protection. The TH kind of caused these great powers to erupt and the scale that they did.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of funny how that backfired. So Michael Cameron saw that positioning and that the great powers that were developing around them was like, uh-oh, these people don't like me. What are we gonna do? Like, let's switch gears. We're friends. Peace. Peace. Let's get along.
How long did the military campaign last anyway?
Oh, the military campaigns? Each one? I can't remember. Remember,
Because
Go
he was McKenna became the Director General in 2316.
Yep.
The third and failed campaign was launched in 2335. The massacre at Sirma, sorry, was in 2338, so 3 years into the war. And James McKenna died in 2339, which is when Michael Cameron took over as the Director General.
Yep. Each campaign, I don't really remember. They didn't need as much of a respite, because the campaigns weren't as resource intensive. It was pretty easy, the first one especially. The first one, they'd jump ships into the system, they'd hover over the planet. Most times they'd just surrender. They'd be like, nope, I'm not playing. Not playing.
I mean, if you can't defend yourself, what's the point of even fighting?
Yep. It
It's
did
like,
not
why
take long.
die for an independence you're never going to have?
Yes, pretty much. So the first campaign was very successful. Second campaign had a lot more resistance because that's when things starting to slow down. Because other systems at this point had heard that news. It spread very quickly, even though, considering jump ships. Because HPGs, which is the universe's communication system in the current era, do not exist yet. Communication works in a very archaic sense. Jump ship jumps into system, delivers information, then jumps back to its other system or jumps to the next system. Military campaigns at this point, and the same for the Age of War, are artistic, and that's why not that many people died. Because how it works is like, okay, the Federated Suns want to launch an attack against the Capellan Confederation. All right, so you figure out which world you want to attack, system, whatever. Okay, you got to set up the jump ships, a jump ship train of jump ship supplies. Then you need jump ships to ferry information back. So how these messenger ships worked is they jump into a system, beam the information, or send a beacon out, or whatever, transmit the information to the next ship. Then that ship jumps out, and then it's like back, and then it comes back and forth.
And these jump ships can only jump up to 30 light years, and it takes them, nearly a week to charge up a jump?
Yes, it's about like 5 days to charge a jump for the jump ship. So like this takes forever for troop movements to like actually countering enemy movements. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute, like warfare is being conducted on this scale, and in the same degree, it's not so bad for the TH, because in the beginning they only had a couple of star systems really. They were small, so expanding out was actually very rapid and very quickly. But as they expanded, the logistical nightmare it became to push further and further out got worse and worse and worse. As well as the resistance got worse because other nations began to fund and supply the the core stars that were closer to the TH, because they were afraid of the TH continuing to expand unmolested. And none of them wanted that because they didn't want to go back to being part of the Terran Alliance. They all thought that was horrible.
Yep. And especially with the third and failed attempt to retake worlds, they were like, we can actually win.
We can start stopping them. With the Battle of Surma, that really gave the... It's not talked about. It's talked about what it does to the TH, but like for the other inner sphere powers, the Battle of Surma was a clear sign that James McKenna's like reconquestia of their nations would stop, because they didn't have the ability to continue doing it anymore, because they finally were able to start stopping them. Now, to be fair, like Conrad was an absolute monkey. He did not scout the system beforehand at all.
Yes. He lost 27 troop ships out of 29 he had.
It's abysmal. Like, that is so bad. The defeat was so bad. Like, it was a miracle he wasn't executed outright. It's only because his father was James McKenna that he managed to live, if I remember right. Did he take his own life? Crap. Bubbles. Comrade kill himself? He probably should,
I don't know.
considering what he did.
This book doesn't say anything about it.
Conrad news. It's kind of
It
great.
just goes like, Conrad, dumb. Moving on.
Conrad is dumb, though. There's a lot more information when we eventually touch up on the Star League source book, because Conrad is actually mentioned a bit more, along with James McKenna. They're a little bit more brief in the introductory booklet. They're just like, they existed. And it's like, bye. It's like, okay. There's a lot more information about them in the Star League sourcebook, which is fairly old, but it actually goes through great detail about James McKenna's exploits, as well as his son. Very short-lived exploits. But you can see that. Now, quick divulgence to make sure we catch up on Super Chats. Ugh. Slugga Boys, WC3, donates a generous, very generous $10 to say, Urban Mech, memes, please. We have to get to the invention of mechs yet. This is still with just tanks and airplanes and aerospace fighters, and like they just got they got spaceships just now. We're getting there.
The Irby isn't quite out yet.
They don't like. We have to wait for Dr. Atlas to at least be born. He's not even alive yet. Boog donates 20.
Oh, he is alive.
Wait, what time are we in?
We're like 20.
Oh, he is alive.
30.
Yeah, he was like 20, 30, 50 something. He invented the myomer fiber, if I remember right. 50. Okay.
Well, there was it before that even. That's just when he got the award.
Oh, that's when he got the award. Creep. There's so many year dates. Oh, let's see. 2339. No.
When it was invented doesn't really matter because it took a long time for it to actually be used properly.
Yes.
Well, properly.
It was funny because Dr. Atlas is like, I want my stuff to be used for benefiting mankind and bringing more peace. And they're like, ha ha ha, yeah.
Where have we heard that one before?
And then they wait till he dies, like, he's dead. Now, quick. Put guns on it. Book donates 20 tacos, say, hey, don't miss this the mullet. It's an amazing haircut. No, Boog, I now imagine you with a mullet. No. No, he's like,
Some people can rock a mullet.
Rock a mullet. Oh, Bubbles, cringe. Cringe.
Look, you're gonna have to use the right terminology.
You're hurting my organs. You're hurting me. Good.
Is it good?
Yes. We're almost to mechs. We're getting there.
Yes. Now let's talk about
Oh boy.
the thing that will make everything stupid.
What's that?
2351.
Gregory Atlas. I now see why Bubbles says that. Was the first to receive the Peer Award, which, by the way, Cameron recently made the Peer system a thing. The Peer list. He's one of the first people to receive this Peer Award. And the idea behind this is to reward people with merits. So it's like it's a very much meritous system. It's like you did a good thing, you have a peer, you're part of the peer list. So now you are, a step above. You're recognized as this great individual, and you have all these, lengthy titles and all these niceties attached to you, as well as, you're culturally elevated. Problem with introducing the peer list is it basically reintroduced neo-feudalism. Because what that would later evolve into, because people eventually were like, yeah, that's really good, let's get to that. Let's adopt this thing. And it slowly started denigrating back into feudalistic ideals where, well, your dad did this, so therefore you kind of get that credit too. And then it's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Now you created essentially a special class of people, or a caste almost.
Yes, they did. Oh boy, it was a very bad idea, and it is going to lead the universe to many problems from here on out.
Gregory Atlas was the first one to receive that award.
Thanks, Greg. Oh my god.
Specifically for his work on refining the Myomer bundles.
Yep. The Myomer bundles, by the way, are the things that are inside of mechs. They're basically like, they mimic muscle tissue, and they react to electrical charges. They are able to pull and expand. And that's basically creating muscles. Now this Atlas wanted to be used for industrial work, so that great buildings and architecture could be constructed with the use of industrial mechs. So what he introduced is the idea of agromechs, industrial mechs, various civilian mechs for things that would be very hazardous, like mining on asteroids with remote controlled mining mechs, which there's an accident that happens with that, is one of the things they actually do. And because they can operate them from afar, because a lot of these things can actually be remotely operated, and they can also be manually piloted as well. Now, poor Gregory doesn't live to see what happens to his work, though.
Well, you say poor. I think it's better that way.
You
For
probably
him.
would have been sad. Uh,
Kind of like Einstein was.
you know what? Einstein would get over it eventually. I'm going to open up something for chat. It's the old art I had for Lisa Liao, because I think the Aries Convention is coming up, and it might be prevalent to pull it up, because her original... I'll pull up her original art. God. What's her name? Was it Lisa Liao? Oh, God, we have to look it up. She's hideous. And she's like, is she so pretty? And it's like, my eyes. Lord, why do you tell me lies? Pretty. My fucking eyeballs. That's what the reimagining art we did for her, which looks absolutely gorgeous, stunningly done. Let's see if I can't find the original art. Sadly. Sadly, it's not popping, and I don't want to spend too much time looking. Oh, is it Lisa Lau or Lisa?
Alicia.
Alicia, you find it?
I have the name.
This is gonna be great, champ. If we can find it real quick, it'll blow your mind. God damn it! Google, you have failed me. Ah, Bubbles found it. Oh, that is one heck of a horse face.
It is.
That's bad. Here's the original art. I'm sorry, chat. But they just don't have artistic vision whatsoever.
I think a lot of the art was just
It's
them taking
age.
photos and just tracing or just trying to redraw it.
It is, actually. Some of the cases, some of the people, like family members and stuff, like it's very lazy. That's a dude. It says Ballista Zero. Oh my god. It looks like a dude. Remove the Satan. Chat, you're mean. But I love it and I agree with it. It does look like a horse.
Some people are just unfortunate in the genetics. Like being born into House Liao.
Apparently. So, look, if this is the canon piece, this is the propaganda piece on the right there, okay? That's my head canon. It's like, oh, you don't look anything like the pictures. Oh, oh, God. Oh, shit cracks me up every time. It's so bad. She's uglier than a kick in the nuts at 5 a.m. in the morning. Damn. Damn. Alexa, play Take My Breath Away, recorder cover. Chat, stop. You're so sad. Oh, Boog donates 20 tacos. Says, so how many generations of incest produced that? At this point, a fair bit. Because actually the houses have pretty long legacies that date back to, like, ancient times, some of them. Like, was it House Kirita that dates back to, like, the feudal Japan era? And I'm like, what the? Like, we're still relevant. That means their house was, like, waiting for the jump ship technology. Like, finally, our opportunity to strike again and spread wee Bushidoism in space. It's like, no, great.
Look, the way of the Bushido must be preserved.
So, like, we'll spread
And
it to
who
the
better
stars.
than the mech warrior to do so?
It's like, oh, prepare for my cringe. Terrible. Thank you for the donation. That was a Cancer, and I regret looking at that. But yes, I guess I could make a side mention. Arch will actually be doing BattleTech lore in the future, and I'll be helping him with that. But what we're gonna be doing is he's gonna let me help direct the art direction for it, the series, to reimagine it in a way. Now, I don't want to do that for every character, to be honest. Like, there are some characters that look actually just fine and don't need any touching at all. They can actually just be left the way they are. They're fine. But some characters, they could use a touch of love again. Or maybe for the first time ever in that case. Oh, man. That was funny. Alright, so by 2412, the powers of the sphere sign the Aries Convention, which is, like we said, basically the Geneva Convention. It bans, it doesn't, no wait, sorry, hold on. If I remember right, the early Aries Convention does not outright ban WMDs, it limits their use. It's like, okay, well, you can't use them too much. We don't want the planets to be destroyed from this, basically. And they also bans targeting of civilian targets, so that was one of the big things that the whole issue was pushed publicly, was the issue with like the bombing or the attack on the hospital. So that was one of the issues there. They ban that. They don't. Now the Aries Convention disappears and comes back a couple times with different iterations, especially in the later eras where they ban attacking certain pieces of equipment and technology due to how rare they are. But in this one, it's pretty much just a simple document saying like you can't do this. But, like, war is legal now, and all the houses now recognize that war is a legal operation. So the houses waste no time going to play their favorite game, which is bonk each other's star systems until they can make them their color. The document would pave the beginning of the foundation star. Yeah. So it would be, now while that's not always cited as the document to do it, in my opinion, I think it is. The Aries Convention kind of just lays the groundwork for everything to form up the way it does, because all the signatories, which are mostly inner sphere powers, not the periphery kingdoms and nations that are forming outside of these great inner sphere powers that are forming, those guys don't really sign it because, like, this looks pretty fishy. They're like,
To be fair, they're also savages.
They are, some of them.
They might not even figure out how to write.
Look, literacy rates in the periphery, Bubbles raises a good point, are really low by comparison.
Hey. It depends on which periphery kingdom.
It does. Certain periphery nations are actually like relative bastions of technology and prosperity. The Turin Concordat's not bad. The Magistracy of Canopus isn't bad. The Marian Hergamon, okay? The Hergamon, okay? The We Was Remans guys are a little bit special. It seems the further they drifted away from Terra, the more nuttier they got. There's a barbarian kingdom that's like We Was Space Vikings, often sort of coreward, out of the way, like on the right side of the Oberon Confederation, because the Oberon Confederation gets BTFO'd by the clans when they big dead. Poor them. In 2549, Ian Cameron became the new general director. He expanded the TH diplomatic influence to the other nation powers, negotiating and mediating, making peace deals. But in 2556, he persuaded the great powers of the sphere to sign the Treaty of Geneva, which is not the Geneva Convention, by the way, which laid the groundwork for what would later become the formation of the Star League. It would basically just add on to more layers of stuff that he was already positioning. So it's been a long time plan of his, because Ian Cameron's ambitions were to form the Star League. That was his grand master dream. The formation of a unified league of worlds that would, or powers that would be under the TH's influence, and they would all, work together to bring humanity to a new golden era. Happy times. And while the other nations and powers signed, like the Lyran Commonwealth and the Capellan Confederation, the Federated Suns didn't sign until like 2567, and then the Draconis Combine signed in 2569, which finally put it into place. Because the Geneva Convention, it's not a convention. The Geneva Agreement was basically the formation of the Star League. It basically
Treaty of Geneva.
it set it in motion. The Treaty of Geneva basically just agreed that all of them would be unified under a single banner, so to speak. Good times. Simon Cameron. So that we're gonna skip actually because the Star League sourcebook actually goes through this period more between 2567 and 2751 a lot greater detail, and there's a lot of stuff that happens in the Star League. Like, we'll actually mention it a little bit while we're here actually. So things that take place in the Star League are like wars. So while the great sphere powers or great houses now, because they're part of this great power. By the way, the general director of the TH, the Camerons, now have a new title. Their new title is First Lord of the Star League. I believe they get Protector of the Realm. Just the general was a Protector of the Realm assigned because of that. Whatever. We'll get to that in a second.
I don't recall.
It doesn't really matter too much. These titles are nothing but legacy things because the Star League doesn't exist in the current lore. He died. Spoilers. What can you do? But yeah, so the Star League has all sorts of problems. There's a huge buildup of tension between the Great Sphere houses and the peripheral nations. There's a reunification war that the Star League launches to force the periphery kingdoms into the Star League. Because while the great houses are like celebrating, like, yeah, humanity's back and we're all, united, the boys are back in town. Like, they all look at to the periphery kingdoms on the outside and they're like, hey, you want to come join humanity's party? And they're like, nah, we kind of like our independence. And then they start getting closer to them. It's like, you're going to join the humanity's party again, aren't you? Like, no, I like my independence. And that is when the great houses and the Star League basically were like, no, you're going to be part of the league. And so the Camerons basically enabled the great houses to expand their influence and basically forcibly, not annex them, but bring them into the Star League. And they did not like it. So there's going to be a massive tensions between the periphery kingdoms and the sphere nations for pretty much ever. And there's going to be a disparity into the current era. Like, this disparity will never go away. Now, while the Star League did go out to these periphery kingdoms and bring things like new technologies and new educational systems and help improve infrastructure in some places, the taxes on the periphery nations were absurd. Not only just the taxes, but the abuse of their resources and rights. They would take all their resources, they would take all their stuff and be like, nope, it belongs to this great sphere power. Or it would be like, okay, Leon Commonwealth's mining corporation can have all of that resources. Because the corporations in this universe more or less swear fealty to different houses. That's not always to say that they're always super loyal, because they kind of they sort of do their own little thing sometimes. Like, well, I do want sales, so I'm going to sell this to, the Federated Sons, maybe. But yeah, so there's this massive tension brewing with the periphery. And the periphery kingdoms are like, oh shit, we really friggin' hate it. This is going to lead to something that's going to happen in 2751. And one of the good Camerons, who's out there trying to, patch things up, Simon Cameron, dies tragically in a horrible accident on an asteroid. He was horrifically, crushed by a mine. Was crushed or sucked out into space? Either way, died horribly in a mining accident in the forward next to the Lyran Commonwealth. Rimworld's League? No. Rimworld's Republic. Rimworld's Republic. That's where Stefan Amaris is from. I hope I'm remembering that right. He dies accidentally in that territory. Now, fun fact: there's a lot
Rimworld's Republic, yes.
There's a lot of evidence to suggest that the Rimworld's Republic was the one behind his death, because there's a lot of suspicious things that happen there. That machine shouldn't have killed him. Now, this is a problem. Simon Cameron dies. His son, Richard Cameron, doesn't really have anybody to look up to, and the House Lords are too busy taking advantage of the situation, vying for power in the League. And so what happens is Stefan Amaris goes to Terra and basically meets up with the boy and is like, hey, I'm going to be your friend. You're a really good guy. You're really smart. You're all these great things. Basically blowing smoke up his ass and building him up to be this great egotistical maniac as he grows up, corrupting Richard Cameron's mind. Now, there's this other character at the time named Kerensky. Kerensky is a great general in the Star League. But due to all the weird things that are happening in the periphery, which are totally not bankrolled by the Rimworld's League, he has to go out there and start quashing rebellions on the edge of the sphere, and he has to take a lot of the SLDF out. Now, as Richard grows up more, Stefan convinces him like, "Oh, we'll help garrison, the TH's space to ensure that the nations of the sphere don't like try to take advantage of you trying to quash those rebellions." And he's like, "Yeah, of course I believe you." And so more and more troops within the TH were garrisoned by Rimworld's Republic forces under the pretext that they were there to, assist with the defense of the region. Now, that was obviously not the case because, where was it? By like about a, decade or so later in 2070.
The 27th December, 2766.
Yep. Stefan Amaris goes to Richard Cameron's palace, and because the boy knows who he is, he greets him. He's like, "Hey, like, you're my best friend. Like, they've been friends for a long time. He's been building this up." He takes him into his inner sanctum, discuss some things. Stefan Amaris presents him with a jewel-encrusted pistol and with his house's seal on it. He hands him, or he shows him the pistol up in the air, and then he points at his head and fires, blowing his head apart, which starts the Amaris Civil War. Now, there's a lot of cool stuff that actually happens in that particular instance during that betrayal, because Terra is engulfed in flames. It is absolutely bloody. Like the battle at the palace that follows is actually quite epic. Because you got like jump jet troopers that are trying to get into the palace. Stefan Amaris is in the throne room. He seized the controls for the defensive matrix because Richard entrusted that to him, and he's now using it on his own house guard troops, which are getting absolutely gunned down in the hallway, that are trying to desperately get to the room to try to get Richard out of there, not knowing that he's dead. You got the elite jump jet troops at the top of the roofs trying to hop over buildings, getting blown up because the the palace's external defenses are firing on them now. It's pretty bad, but it's actually a really cool event. So Stefan Amaris seizes control of the Star League. The Great Houses are like, that's kind of gay, but they just sort of sit there, and they don't really do anything, while Kerensky is given the order from Stefan to surrender, but he's like, "Nope, not going to do that. I'm going to go back out there, and I'm going to beat the shit out of them as soon as I'm finished crushing these rebels over here." And so he does that. He builds up as much of his support that he has for troops, but not getting really any support except like a little pittance from like the inner sphere powers, because none of them really want him to succeed. They want him to bleed his forces dry, which is exactly what happens in the epic Battle of Terra, the Liberation of Terra campaign, where he basically one by one takes back each TH world and system until the final great climactic battle on Terra itself, in which the fleet jumps in, and like it's pretty epic. They jump in like in a series of waves. Unfortunately, there was one accident, if I remember right, in the jumping, which one ship jumped prematurely into another allied ship and detonated, but they had to then assault Terra and get past the droid, or not the droid, sorry. That was retconned, I can't call those anymore. Star Wars sued them. But the automated dreadnought, or battleships, what are they called, that are defending Terra. They get on Terra, they, lay siege, like, Kerensky himself breaks down the door, friggin' forces Amaris to surrender, executes him, executes his closest family, executes his aides, and is like, "Yes, we did it. We saved the League," only to be backstabbed by the House Lords and the Council, basically, who are like, "Okay, that's cute, but like, we want to be House Lords." And so there's this big argument about who gets to be House Lord. They demote Kerensky from being Protector of the Realm. It's a disaster. It doesn't go very well. And basically, the whole thing is thrown into disarray. Kerensky eventually goes like, "Okay, we're taking an exodus," because he sees where the wind is blowing. Because in this whole time that this civil war was waged, the great houses began to remilitarize. They began to build up their forces. Because while Robert was in charge, he was not a very good First Lord. In fact, the houses were able to build up their own militaries again. And because they've begun to build up their own militaries, and this SLDF after the Civil War was so battered, they didn't have the troops or manpower to stop the houses. They would be surrounded on all fronts, and they would be overwhelmed. So Kerensky's plan was to just basically take his forces and leave, so that they couldn't have those resources. Those that stayed behind, of the 80% that left, either sided with what would now become Comstar and defend Terra, and try to basically make an agreement that Terra is a no-go zone, no one can attack it. And the rest that didn't do that, the few that did, basically started to take massive contract deals and basically became some of the first mercenaries of the SLDF forces to join with the Great Houses to join in the upcoming First Succession War. Which I hope their pay was good, because they didn't survive. It was quite brutal. But yes, it was quite nasty. Quite nasty indeed. We managed to get through a lot of the timeline buffs. I'm a hero now.
Imagine trying to run away.
Yeah, Kerensky did run away. He ran right the fuck away.
Since Kyle actually skimmed over these little detail, the Civil War actually lasted for 13 years.
Yeah, it's a long, bloody one.
Carl's just like, you just mopped up a couple of worlds and went to Terra. No. That's a 13-year-long war.
Well, not quite. Like, he doesn't go to Terra, or he doesn't even go to the TH space.
Well, that's how you presented it, Carl.
He had to first go, he's like, crap, crush these rebels, because he's still fighting rebels. He's like, then he turns his fucking ass around. He's like, I gotta go kick the ass of the Rimworld's Republic. Goes up to the Rimworld's Republic, kicks the shit out of them. Then he turns around again, is like, I gotta go fucking back to Terra now. God damn it. And he's like, I'm going back. And then he fucking hobbles his way back. Hippity hoppity, all the way there.
How long would it take to jump from the Rimworlds back to Terra, anyway?
Oh,
that's a lot of jumps.
It was. This campaign had to be fast, though. They were also in a race against time because he knew that there were atrocities being committed. And by the time they got back after 13 years, we can talk about a little bit of war crimes. Stefan Amaris is a good person. He means well. When he when he seized control of Terra, he invited the Camerons to the palace, or to the throne room of Terra. And in that throne room, he had the children and all of them line up, and he opened fired. He killed every last one of them. And then he ordered the room sealed, never to be opened again, leaving their carcasses to rot in there. He then proceeded to take families that belonged to the various troops that were resisting, because there were resistance cells and stuff from the Star League that was fighting back. And basically it was like, okay, you're not going to surrender? I'm going to take your families. We're going to put them in caves. We're going to entomb them there. We're going to seal it with concrete. Now, some of those people survived. And that wasn't just the only things they did a lot more, but I'm not going to go into everything yet. But like when the SLDF arrived and tried to, they got back and they were like, where are families now? And they got information that they were held in caves. Like, uh-oh, that's bad. And the caves were sealed. They broke open the thing. The things that were in there weren't white people anymore. They were very different. They had been very golemized in terms of look. Like, they couldn't see, they were blind, they had been tortured, they ended up, actually, if I remember right, the SLDF euthanized, I think, about all of them, because they couldn't do anything for them. It was quite horrific. So...
that's the point where everything's just a mercy.
Yes, at that point they had to put the war for liberation to find their families and stuff and get them back. Like, in the end, a lot of them got back and had to put down their families because of what Stefan and the Rimworld's League had done to them. The Rimworld's Republic. Now, the reason, why did Stefan Amaris do that? Why did the Rimworld's Republic do that? Rimworld's Republic had been shafted and shat on time and time again by the Star League. Time and time again by the Camerons. And this had been a long feud. So Stefan Amaris had, like, his family, his line, they hated the Camerons. His people hated the people of the Inner Sphere because they enforced these taxes, these cruel things on them. It doesn't justify what they did, but that was the reason behind it. They wanted revenge. And of it all, they wanted their own independence back. And the only way Stefan saw he could achieve this was by becoming the First Lord himself, by taking control of the Star League and destroying it from within. Unfortunately, he did expect the fact that maybe the SLDF, the most advanced military ever, would probably crush his forces, even if he stole a fair bit of their tech. That was a bit of a miscalculation.
At this point, mechs had been a thing in warfare for what, 320 years ish.
Yes, they've been service for a few centuries and were actually extremely advanced. At this point, they're actually some of the most advanced mechs in service in this universe, and some of the most advanced mechs that was ever in would ever be in service. Because at this point is when the point for that golden era of the Star League and its technology and advancement of not just mech technology, but technology, medical technology, and everything, literally, is going to begin to crawl backwards. Because a lot of the TH tech, specifically things like terraforming technology, was very closely guarded trade secrets. Because the Terran hegemony used terraforming technology to basically convince the other houses to side with them. Because, like, okay, you have lots of stars that you could, in theory, have, thriving metropolis cities and industries on, but you don't. What if we help you terraform them? And they use that as an argument to convince them to join the League as well. Because they would help them do that. They wouldn't give them the technology to do that, and the TH did not give them the technology for anything. They monopolized the ever-living shit out of technology because they used that as their bargaining chip in the League to make everyone want to be a part of it. But just it. Any other things I missed, Bibs? I mean,
No.
to be honest,
But
if we want to go realistic,
speaking of savages,
so much.
And great technology.
That Bib.
Guess what, Carl?
You want to talk about Comstar, don't you?
Early Succession Wars period.
Okay. I was like, you want to skip a little. The early Succession War period is beautiful. The first Succession War is one of the greatest things of all time that ever happened to humanity. It's beautiful. The first and second specifically. The first and second Succession Wars are pretty horrific. I can't remember the third one as well, though. The first one's pretty bad because that's when the Ghost Rain short story I told you guys about happened. When they're just like, we think there might be a Star League like cache here. We don't know. We have a rumor. We need to jump ships in there and try to nuke it as quickly as possible and pop out. We need to jump in and nuke their urban centers and their industries as quickly as possible, because the first Succession War was a war about trying to force the other houses to surrender. None of the houses could agree on who would become the new First Lord of the Star League. Every House Lord, for House Davion, House Liao, House Merrick, House Steiner, and House Kirita, all wanted to be the First Lord. They didn't want any of the other ones to be, because they knew if they allowed them, the other first, they would take advantage of them. They wouldn't, outright annex them, but they'd be in a horrible position for bargaining and things like that. And so they didn't want that to happen. And so the first Succession War happens, and they blast the ever-living shit out of each other. Like, nuclear weapons, like, pretty much gloves are off. Like, it's just abysmal. There is a reason why, if you look at certain, I forget what the Star League map is. There's a really good BattleTech universe map that shows you all the star systems that were lost. Not just lost from, they just lost the jump ship coordinates, because they actually did lose the coordinates to some of these stars. But they outright lost.
How do you lose the coordinates to stars?
Just to the sheer amount of ships lost. Because only certain jump ships in certain quadrants of space would have the jump coordinates for that position, or stored in certain facilities. They actually managed to lose the jump ship locations for a few things.
Couldn't you fairly easily just triangulate that, though?
You would think, except they didn't stop beating the crap out of each other.
That seems like something that should be really easy to get. Because you can see the star. You can literally see the star.
Yeah, that's one thing that does throw me for a loop. Now, it could be simply they just don't quite have the precise coordinates. Because once they lose the jump ship, like, production ability, that gets really bad. But yeah, so they target shipyards, they target factories, they target any sort of places of massive technology. They target terraforming technology, like any sort of terraformer facilities on different planets. They target each other's, like, everything. They blow it to high hell. And the first Succession War ends, and the dust settles, and what's left of the sphere is awful. Like, had the houses just simply agreed to just put aside their differences and do something, they could have probably put the league back together. It would have had issues, but it wouldn't have been the end of the world. They had shot themselves in the foot and then cut off their kneecap, and then shot their thigh, and then cut off their thigh, in that order. Because that's including the second Succession War. The second Succession War rolls around. It's kind of the same, but it's a little bit more gritty. They're still trying to do this sort of semi-conventional warfare stuff with, use of WMDs, but they're not really pushing too hard as they were in the first one, because everyone's kind of starting to go, I'm a little scared. My dockyards are gone. I don't have spaceships. I don't know how to make spaceships anymore. But yes.
What's a space boat?
Space boat. Oh god. By the time the third Succession War rolls around, everybody is like, I don't know how to do ABCs, and I don't know basic math. That's kind of the summary for the third one.
In some areas, they're basically back to the Stone Age almost.
In some areas, they, like, a fair few people, by the time the third Succession War rolls around, they don't even know how to friggin' read anymore. Like, what's a book? And this isn't just a small problem. Some of the actual mech jockeys themselves, or the mech warriors for the mechs, don't know how to read. They're like, all right, flip that switch because it does that thing. But they don't know how to read. And the technology is degrading at such a horrible point. What's that, Bubs?
My mech is inherited from my great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, pretty much. It's got some, like,
it's cobbled together with duct tape and PP.
Yes. After each...
This button here, I replaced the text with just a sign that just looks like an explosion, because that's the thing that makes things explode.
Pretty much. I could totally see.
I press button, thing go boom.
This button make mech go forward. This button make me go out of mech into sky. Yeah,
this button bad.
Yes. Like, honestly, I hope they release a proper source book for the third Succession War. They haven't. They've got one for the first and second. They don't have one for the third. And I really would like one, because the third one would be great. Absolutely fantastic.
Now, while we're on the people and sticks and stones and
sticks and stones
battle mechs,
yeah. What?
We're also in the period where Comstar becomes the thing.
Yes. I mean, Comstar was a thing throughout the Succession Wars, but by this point, Comstar had started to lose...
Hence, we're in the period.
Yes. They managed to lose their own identity by this point. Like, they kind of started forgetting what their job was, and were like... So...
Okay, but what is Comstar, Kyle? Fucking hell, start from the beginning.
Damn it. You want to skip to Comstar. I have to skip
We're not skipping to Comstar. We're literally at the point in time where Comstar becomes a thing, Kyle.
They're worth mentioning because they're the greatest thing ever. Now,
they're also very important.
Anyone who tells you they're a telecom company is wrong. They're space wizards, and get that right. They don't know how telecoms work. That's too advanced for them. Space wizards do space wizard stuff that makes communication happen. Space magic. Mm-hmm. This is canon art, by the way. This is canon. And this is on their source book. This is why you should buy their source book. It's on their website. Their website's awful.
Their source book is special.
Their source book is hilarious. Like, we just kill people. Oh, you figured out how to add 1 + 1 = not 3, it's 2? Alright, kill his family. Alright, becoming too smart.
Now, the thing with Comstar is, once upon a time, there was a man named Blake. He was a good man. And during the Ameris Civil War between Stefan Ameris and Kerensky, unsurprisingly, some damage was done to communications networks. The Stali Council did not like this. So, they were like, hey, Blake, maybe you should keep the information technology and telecommunications lines operational. And it's like, but you people are fucking stupid and keep blowing them up. And it's like, well, if if you're neutral, we'll try to stop, okay? And then Blake is like, yes. The telecommunications company will absolutely stay out of politics. This is definitely something that will happen. So, when everything went to shit in 2788, when the Star League just utterly collapsed, Blake was like, if I get together several BattleMech regiments, I can take Terra. Of course, it's a neutral ground, yes, no politics. So he ended up taking the Sol system, and he declared it a neutral system under the protection of the Communications Authority. And since people in the galaxy realized that communication is kind of important, they were like, okay, maybe. It's like, if you stay neutral, sure, that's fine. We're not gonna fuck with that.
It's okay. I've accepted.
Yes. Now, Blake was a smart man, so he did in fact manage to save the communications network from utter destruction by the monkeys by doing this. So the people were very happy to at least be able to call their mom. Now, do feel free to interject if I'm missing something, Kyle.
I mean, it's accurate. Look, Comstar was just looking out for the little guy, okay? They're like, what if you want to call your mom, who, lives on the other side of the sphere?
Yeah.
Very unlikely, considering it takes about a year to traverse the sphere, if from one end to the other.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that's how big the sphere is. That's just the inner sphere, specifically, with the great houses. Like, to traverse one side to the other takes approximately a year. Like, it's not quick. It's not quick, and it's not cheap to go that far. That's actually a fairly expensive journey if you wanted to do that.
And a long journey.
Yes. We also didn't mention the beautiful invention that is the hyper pulse generator. These things are basically just giant radar dishes. Like, that's just what they look like. And they are what enables communication that can take place throughout the sphere. That's why Comstar is called Comstar. Comstar is, the Star League invented them. They built them throughout the sphere because the idea was that this would allow for communications throughout the Star League to be fairly unified, because they wanted to unify their empire to a degree. And they also started building some of them in the periphery. So a lot of periphery kingdoms kind of have them, but the further you go away from the sphere, you don't find them if you go too far, because they didn't get that far. You might find some SLDF, like hidden secret base stuff that they hid out in deep space, but generally they didn't. So further you go away from the sphere, the less stuff you find, the more ruins you find of failed colonies.
You might find some ruins specifically if you go corewards.
What kind of ruins, Bubs?
Often old bunkers, old settlements, failed settlements, and stuff like that.
And what if we go a little further corewards?
Oh, then you find stupid people.
Find a bunch
but
of
we're not there yet.
People. That's true. We'll get to stupid people. They come into being. Now, it's important to note, we might as well talk about their interesting other aspect to Comstar, because Comstar isn't a cute organization. They
are absolutely adorable.
An extremist element of their organization. As the centuries have passed on, they've become deluded to the point they think they're space wizards. And a lot of people
Again, why?
Why what?
Why do they think this?
Why do they think this? Because they revere Blake. Like, over time.
Because
their founder is like, he's so great. He's done all these things. Like, Blake was actually super popular when he was alive, by the way, and within Comstar. Like, he was looked at as like a savant. Like, everything he did just worked out very well. And he was actually extraordinarily talented. Blake really put together an effective organization and managed to achieve a lot of their goals. And so a lot of them were like, "You're amazing! Like you did all these things. Like you've guaranteed our existence through this time, and like we have all these things." And a lot of them began to revere him, and he didn't quite like the people that were super fanboy, because he had those fanboys and fangirls that were like super clingy. He's like, "Oh, cringe! Like they're doing that," but he's like, whatever. It's not the worst. So he just sort of let it be. Now that got progressively creepier and more weird and stalkery as time went on, which created this.
Blake was also a bit of a cynic.
He was.
He was very much under the belief that humanity could and would destroy itself.
He didn't have a lot of faith in humanity.
No, but of course, Blake, being an enlightened individual, understood that under his guidance, information and technology should be preserved. Of course, under his personal guidance.
Blake was a cynic, and he also viewed himself in a very narcissistic outlook that only he could protect humanity's knowledge and, intellect. That he could safeguard that, and that his legacy would be to safeguard that. And so he kind of encouraged the Word of Blake's existence. The Word of Blake itself is a belief within Comstar. Not everyone in Comstar shares this belief, but it's actually fairly common, and it's also spread outside of Comstar to encompass others who believe Blake to be a sort of godlike figure. He is God in his own way. The ideals that he had about preserving technology, that only they could do it. And so the Word of Blake believes that only with their guidance can humanity continue to survive. Otherwise, things will just reset. They believe that very to their core. I mean, that it's kind of explains the whole Jihad era thing. We're not even going to get into the Jihad era because I don't want to even read that. So I might as well just do that now. Because during the...
Do we want to? We can just let it be. It's better if we let it be.
Yeah, true. True. We'll just leave it there. We'll get to it at a
Jihad
later
era
day.
is not something we want to touch.
This art I have up is from the Jihad era. It's like, see, the Word of Blake are kind of cool, and I kind of like them until
there are
they
likable
separate.
elements. Yeah, like the whole Blakeist stuff within Comstar is much more interesting than when they are like, y'all dummies. We'll make our own Comstar.
We'll make our own Comstar with blackjack and hookers. Fuck you.
The Comstar just becomes the Inner Sphere's communications authority.
That's just lame.
Which is also not. Because they have this little backroom thing where they hoard all kinds of technology. If you find anything, Comstar will be there and be like, that's mine.
The Turpitz
They'll take it from you, one way or another.
What are those white unidentified ships, Bubs?
I don't know.
Let's try contacting.
In 2811, Comstar, who is very much a religious secret society, created an internal security force called ROM.
Sounds great.
Because, of course, you need an internal security force, which is essentially just the fucking CIA.
Basically.
It's like, you're a scientist who might be developing something. Well, it would be a shame if you were to fall down the stairs.
Pretty much.
Because Comstar didn't like technological advancement all that much.
No, not in the slightest.
Because Comstar viewed itself as kind of the peacekeeper of the Inner Sphere, in a sense. Keeping the poor little people from murdering themselves by taking away all their fun little toys.
Pretty much. Can't let them have that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They disappear a lot of things. In fact, their source book goes into great length about every incident they had to deal with. And certain people discovered lost tech or discovered a battleship they weren't supposed to. They made sure that they undiscovered it.
Yes, either through the power of a bomb or through the power of A staircase.
A staircase. Followed by
Or
a bomb
sometimes
at the
just
bottom
money.
of the staircase.
Sometimes just money's enough to deal with it.
I mean, if Comstar thinks they can bribe you, they'll bribe you to just remain silent. You can purchase a nice place and settle down. Stop thinking about that cure for cancer. It's just not that important anymore. By the way, during the Succession Wars, medical technology plummeted as well. Being able to cure cancer is not a thing anymore. It's actually pretty relevant during the clan invasion because a certain house lord actually gets cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, I don't know if he dies from it, but like they send him to like the most prestigious like New Avalon Institute and the Federated Sun space, and be like, "Well, we hope he can save you." We don't know.
You better save him.
As good as it gets, because they needed the Free Worlds League support against the clans, because the Free Worlds League's on the opposite side where the clans have made, right?
Now you're jumping ahead again, Carl.
Oh god, but it's so cool. There's so many talking
monkey.
points.
There are a lot of talking points because there's a lot of lore and we're trying to go through all of it.
Yeah, we'll be here forever if we actually did it
We will
proper.
be.
Secret Marriage Alliance.
Yes,
Nope, not that one.
Money is also probably a thing we should touch on since we're already on Comstar.
Get a Real Haircut has gifted a sub to Bubbles. Bubbles!
Thank you. Now I can ban people while being subbed.
Right. Your Get a Real Haircut does 2 pennies to say your Twitch stream is called World of Warships. Oh, if the stream list.
Damn it, Carl.
Whoops. Amaris was a great big Chad revolutionary. Cameron was the virgin first lord. Damn. Little periphery slut. Hold on while I fix that description. There, fixed. You're welcome. Twitch chat. Let's see. Bat Dad donates 5 buckaroos to say, I was sorting through my old original Xbox games and found a very worn copy of MechAssault. Apparently, I've been a BattleTech fan for years. The more you know. I mean, MechAssault takes place in the Jihad era, so are you really a fan? That'd be one of those.
That's a good point, though.
It does. It's also not very canon. But actually, the game's kind of fun. Like, gameplay design is arcadey, it's fun. Story-wise, it's... should be ignored. Terrible game, though, for what it is, for what it's worth. Alright, let's see. That looks like Sarah Jessica Parker. Are you sure she isn't from Arkansas? Oh, God. Is it legal to marry your second cousin in Japan? That would explain some of that. You know, it might be, okay? A little bit of inbreeding never hurt nobody. It just hurt the generations down the line. You gotta start somewhere, okay? You gotta start somewhere. Sometimes you have to start at the bottom. And, continue to fall. The High Council was dissolved, Bubs. We talked about that.
They were.
Yeah, we already did that. 30, 20, 22.
Yes. Now, you talk about the Sea Bill. I'll be right back.
The Sea Bill.
Well, we're already on Comstar, so yeah, touch on the Sea Bill.
Fuck's sake. The Sea
Well,
Bill.
it's important.
Now, it's important. God damn. Shut up and go to the bathroom. So, we're not going to talk about the Sea Bill just yet, because it's actually important to mention that there's other economies in this game. Or game. IP, right? The Sea Bill is the Comstar's currency. Now, it's pretty valuable. Actually, I'm trying to look up the rates for it right now. Because I want to know how many Federated Suns monies is worth a Sea Bill right now. Does anybody know off the top of your head? Because each power has their own currency. Lyran Commonwealth has their own currency. Draconis Combine has their own currency. Federated Suns has their own currency. Capellans, even some of the periphery kingdoms trade in their own currency. Some even use barter systems. Some planets within the Federated Suns use barter systems as well. Now, the Sea Bill is a currency that represents the... was it the amount of time used? I think it was. It's like basically minutes. You're trading minutes or something like that. It's Comstar's currency. It's infinitely more valuable than any of the other currencies in this universe, which is important to note because Sea Bills are the main currency that's used. While the other nations do have currencies, that's more used on a smaller scale. What? It's about $7 to $12 exchange rate? I don't believe you. It's worth the real life money. I doubt that. There's a board game, by the way, that comes with the Sea Bills. Let's see. Twitch, the filthy savages from a site worse than Tube. Kyle, come back to the core. What? I already have, like, we do multi-streaming. Christie's plummeting to the C-bill value? Wait, what? Are you... The C-bill's not a real bill. Is it? No, it's like... Yeah, no, C-bill's like Comstar bill. Like, that's what that is. Here, let me see if I can find a piece of art. Oh, I found the conversion rates. Hold on. Now we can figure out how much money's they're worth. Okay, so a C bill has a value of 1 to itself. Duh. Right? In Curita, it's worth 1.25. Davian, it's 1.11. Steiner is actually less. That makes sense. Steiner's greedy. Steiner's money is actually more valuable than a C bill.
Currency value is not really exactly meaningful.
No, I just wanted to look up how much it was rate. I was actually just talking about the currencies used in the universe, because each house actually does have their own currency, and in some cases, even within the sphere, there are barter systems. They don't actually use currency. But it depends on the state of the world in question.
Steiner like their money, though.
Steiner does. Steiner's money is like, I'm just looking at the exchange rates. Steiner's money is actually more valuable than a C bill. 1.10. Steiner money is actually more valuable than everyone's money. That's not surprising. The Lyran Commonwealth is greedy.
The richest.
Yes. They are one of the richest, most powerful nations in the sphere. So that makes complete sense.
They are the richest.
The richest?
I think so, yeah.
I think so. Yeah. What's their economy? I don't even know. Off the top of my head. I'm sure it's in their source book. CI. What are you talking about, boy? Like the Tripitz affair? We talked about that. Well, we mentioned it briefly. We'll go into detail about the Tripitz affair when we do the Comstar book. We'll actually go through the Bookaroos. But this is an introduction thing. We're kind of just glossing over stuff to give you a general feel of the universe. Any questions so far, chat? Don't be shy. Remember to do what Ballistic Zero did and @ the Bickering Bunch. Easier for me to spot. Bear in mind I'm a little bit rusty and dusty. Bubbles is also shiny new. Like Bubbles...
I know fucking nothing about this universe.
Yeah, you know a fair bit. You know more than some people in chat.
I would imagine some people know actually nothing.
Yeah. How to make a battleship go away? You shoot at it. Like, what kind of question is that?
You tell Comstar, it's lost tech.
That'll make it disappear very quickly. Oh my god. Oh god, you're making me annoyed now. Because the HBS BattleTech is such a plot hole, it hurts me.
Oh god, yeah, the Argo.
The Argo, it's like, why hasn't Comstar just blown it up thousands of times over by now? And killed everyone who knew about it or bribed them?
Comstar probably would have taken that for themselves.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't have blown it up, they probably would have taken it.
Mm-hmm.
Considering it was actually in relatively good condition.
Like, one thing was the Tripits, because I was way out in the periphery. Way, way out. Getting that back would be hard. Now, the Argo jumps all over the place.
Nobody seems to care.
Uh-huh.
Nobody. The great houses are like, lost tech? It looks the other way. It's like, what? Like, what? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm pretty sure the Compelling Confederation, the Federated Sons, and Free Worlds League would literally have obliterated House Urano just to get their fucking grubby little fingers on it. There would have been another massive war, but in the periphery, that would have taken place there. Like, they would all want that. because the technology on that is so like potentially more advanced. It's got advanced mech bay facilities. Like that's absurd. Like it's a bit of a side
Mhm.
tangent, but fuck me, like it's absurd. Argo's saving grace is that it's not armed. That's not a saving
Oh,
grace. It's
that just
lost.
makes it easier to take.
Now it's easier to steal. Like what the fuck? Now, like taking it's even easier. The mercenary company that has it has one leopard dropship. Like that's nothing. Like just send a few converted dropships to just like shoot down the leopard because it's worthless, and then just board it and take it. Bam. You got yourself the Argo. It's stupid looking. It looks like a I don't even know a spinny turd with little beer cans off the side of it.
Hmm.
It's actually a
Very
hideous ship.
stubby looking.
It's just a dumb looking ship. I hate the Argo. It's also super stupid because like there's only 2 that were ever made, and it's like it's such a clear like we introduced this to this video game because we're like, oh look, Comstar's here, like Lost Tech's here, like oh isn't it cool? It's like yeah, but like I should be dead. I should be.
There's always a problem with bringing Comstar into these games.
Your anti-recommendation is the reason I got the new BattleTech game off a CD website instead of buying it on Steam sale. To be fair, do what you gotta do. I can't attest
Well,
for whatever you do. You do you. I gotta say that HBS doesn't really deserve your patronage because they're kind of stupid. Like I disagree. I think Razorfist was the one who said like it's an amazing game. Like I disagree. I think the game's got a good foundation. I like it, but I like the mods and I like the game less. That makes sense?
it's a paradox game through and through.
Like the base game is garbage in my opinion. The story is awful. Like I hate it. It's dripping with the most soulless, like uninteresting, like bland, like plank characters I've ever seen. They're all just planks and diversity hires. Like they don't have any individuality. I can't even remember their names besides the Kamehameha character and her weird soy boy boyfriend with the glasses that gets like beat up and like that's it. That's all I can remember. I remember the antagonist being slightly more interesting because he like had a point. He's like, I need to be stronger because there's a war coming. We need to save our people. But his point led nowhere. Like, so I'm gonna genocide my own people. It's like, what? What? Okay. Okay. It was dumb. At 2021 rates, it would be around $4 to 1 C-bill. Wait, how would you know that? C-bill conversions to US dollar.
Based
2021,
on what?
$4.28. Based on what indeed? That's confusing. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense, chat. Stop it. You're all naughty. Always check the check the box, nuke me daddy. Duh. What anime is this? The best one, Brian. MechWarrior 5 has worse cares. No, MechWarrior 5 just has planks. Like they're even more forgettable. HBS BattleTech sells you on their dialogue and you have to read it. You're like, I'm reading this. Like MechWarrior 5, you can just mute them and it doesn't change a damn thing. HBS BattleTech, you have to endure them. You have to like, oh, shut up. Like you're like, I want to like attack that house because they killed my boyfriend and they killed my totally not clanner bodyguard, and I'm just so mad about it, and I want justice. It's like
Games need to be stupid and just let you be a mercenary outfit.
it's not
For
the
the sake of being a mercenary outfit. It's always a fucking revenge plot of some kind.
yes. This is a problem with a lot of BattleTech games. The revenge story obsession. MechWarrior 4 Vengeance, literally the name. MechWarrior 5, another revenge story. HBS BattleTech, another revenge story. Like you're not even you're a mercenary company, but you don't have a choice. You're forced to fight for that. Okay, you know what? We're talking about this too much, and I'm getting mad about it. But that's the game. This is the game. It's actually worth checking out though, because of the mods. The base game sucks ass. The story is garbage, and the character designs are awful. And it's not canon. In my head, it's not canon. They made it canon. It's not canon. House Arano does not exist. They are not
They
relevant.
made it canon. Oh god.
Uh,
So tell me, is the Argus canon?
yes.
No, god.
Their source book is awful. We could do a series on it. It's terrible. It's actually terrible. It's like, how do you exist between all these great powers? Like, we exist because the power of our Mary Sue protects us. It's like, okay. Like, how are you not dead?
Okay, well, while we do that, we might as well just do a video on the L-Clan era as well.
Bubbles, no. That's 3151, isn't it?
Yep.
No. Anything?
Yep.
Like, I'd be okay with doing the Jihad era. It's kind of cringe, but I mean, it is cringe, but it's not the worst.
all bad.
There's some funny stuff that happens there. Stupid, but funny. If we go past the Jihad era, we enter the Dark Age, and that's when you pull out the noose and you're like, it's over. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna end it. We're
And
done.
you're like, it's the Republic era, and then you got the real Dark era, which like, and telecoms are offline. And then you have the L-Clan era, which is something else.
Wow, you looked at that? I briefly skimmed like the map, and I was like, because I'm aware of the Republic of the Sphere, and that was bad enough. Like
Look at the map.
BattleTech is a fun IP because a lot of the people stick around the Succession Wars and the Clan Invasion. That's where all the fun stuff happens. Just don't go further than that, chat. You're safe. I don't feel very safe.
Oh, that map's a mess.
Are you looking at the Ilkhan Air map?
I'm looking for one that doesn't suck balls.
All the maps kind of suck. Like, okay, one thing about the BattleTech universe, I'll give it credit, is the maps are like one of the best in any IP. But the quality of them are abysmal. These ones are actually pretty basic. They're actually from like the books and stuff. I took these ones because they didn't have the little stars on them. Mostly because you don't really
Oh god,
need
what is that map?
them. What? What map?
The 3151 map.
Send it to me. Oh, why did you send me that? I didn't see that. Terrible.
It was beautiful.
That's awful. What happened to everybody? What happened?
I'm assuming this is an actual map and not just something someone made up.
Oh yeah, this is the 3151 map. Yep, because there's the big Draconis penis inside of Federated Suns. Republic of the Sphere is one. They're tiny now. Okay. So none of that matters.
Tortuga Dominions.
Wait, they're close now? Tortuga. Which number are they? 8?
8.
What? Are they down there? I thought the Tortuga were over there. Tortuga space. Wait, is that a new faction? What the fuck? 7? The Filt Wheel Coalition? What is that? What happened? Free World League, what's going on? They're dead.
They are pretty gone.
Oh god, the Marian hegemony is massive. Bigger than it should be.
Some of these blobs don't even have names, apparently.
Apparently. The Wolf Empire. That's stupid. Oh my god, Liren Khan, what happened to my big titty Steiners? No.
Timbuktu Collective.
That's a name.
That is the name.
Right click, delete, bubs. Please.
Wrong creatures.
These are.
This is terrible, Kyle.
This is dumb. I like how the Federated Suns is mostly intact, except for the giant penis inside of it. Like, I have some serious questions about that offensive there, because it looks like it could be just, like, snipped off there and they'd be cut off.
You'd think so, but apparently not.
Honestly, 3150. Like, anything... Like, the Jihad era I can endure. I could even almost forgive, because I endured the FedCom Civil War, which is also stupid. Oh, God. In my opinion, BattleTech went wrong with the FedCom Civil War, because that was the reset button. That was the first time it was pressed. It was like, and everything back to normal. It's like, what? Because the thing is, with that map, it just doesn't look like, I don't know. It's gone in such a derpy direction. I don't like it. Like, I wanted, like, the clans and the Inner Sphere to do, like, a big fucking nuke each other thing, and then the clans eventually either die out or, you know, get absorbed or something. Or win.
Clans should die.
They should probably die, though. I don't think anybody sane wants them to win. Agree, the main character's dad is still alive. Blasphemy. What? What? What make... What? I still have yet to see evidence of these big titty Steiner waifus. The only one I usually see is the Snooze 2 Elementals. See, the BattleTech art that will be eventually releasing, depending on how successful this series is, will determine how much art we are able to produce for it. But there will be art nonetheless, because Arch is going to be helping with that end. So there's going to be art. Just can't tell you how much. I don't know. But basically, the fucking Steiner titty meme just comes from the fact that they just have big mechs. Okay? They got big tits. Big Steiner titties. It's like House Merrick. Free World's League have Tanku Chans. Because they can't afford the mechs. They can just have little tank bubs. And you know what? Tanks are proud too.
Free World's League is also a fucking mess, though.
Free World's League's a disaster zone.
It's like, we have no loyalty to anything but ourselves. It's like, fuck the Free World's League. My planet's best planet.
My planet's best planet. Yeah, that accurately sums up the Free World's League. It's basically, imagine, like, it's like a hodgepodge of the United States, a hodgepodge of Yugoslavia, which you already know is going to be bad, right? And it's all, like, forced together, and it's like, they all hate each other, but they also hate their neighbors a little bit more. But, like, the minute there's, like, peace, they're just back into civil wars.
Mm-hmm.
The Free World's League is a disaster zone of like, they are Civil War simulator space. That's what they are. Kind of great.
That stuff, like, vaguely stops after, like, what, 500 years after the fall of the Star League. It's like, we're just less fighting now. Outside threats now.
Pretty much. They started, like, calming down, because after the fourth succession, we're like, that hurt again. But they were like, we didn't do it that bad. And honestly, technology's recovering, because the Great Death Legion, with the rediscovery of the Helm Memory Core, which we didn't even fucking mention.
Because we're not there yet.
Oh, we're not even there yet. Okay.
Because you've jumped ahead like a monkey.
I was like, that's super important. Like, how did we skip that? Like, how did we skip... Look, there's so much to talk about BattleSqek. That's the one great thing about it. In the timeline, there's just a crazy amount of stuff to talk about. Like, when we actually do, like, the proper, like, book thing, where we actually talk about a specific subject, it's going to be great. We could talk about the Derpits affair. Oh, God. It's not the Turpits. It's the Derpits.
The Trippets.
No, it's the Derpits, Bubs. It's the Drippits. That doesn't sound bad. That sounds kind of gay.
No, fun fact.
What?
That's the Turpits.
It doesn't look like the Turpits.
It's a piece of the Turpits.
Yeah, on Earth.
Used in road construction in Norway.
Bubbles, no! No. You're a terrible, terrible, terrible person. So the Balkans, yes. The Free World's League is basically the Balkans. Like, that's what it is. Like, don't lie. You know, they're purple, yeah. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cute. It's like, look, they're flag purple. And they're like, Civil War. They fight each other.
Your planet poopy. We're gonna kill you now.
Yeah. Alright, so timeline. Let's wind back the clock, Bubs. Where were we?
Well...
Actually, no, we were at the end of the Succession Wars. We're at 30, 20, 22. This is when something cute happens.
We're at the end of the third Succession War.
Yeah, we're just going to sort of skim to the fourth one, okay? Because the
fourth one is the big one.
Fourth one's a big one. Also, it's important to note that the universe IP started in 3015. So all this, like, success, the first, second, and third, and, like, the Star League era and the Age of War, that's all prequel story stuff. The actual IP started around 3015, if I remember right, is the starting point. And so the fourth Succession War is actually the big, like, thing, and there's a lot more information about that. because that's the that's where the IP starts. So 3020 to 3022, the most chattest thing happens ever. Okay, like this is like story progression, because the other 3 succession wars were just kind of like bonky back and forth, nuki, you know, nothing but a little bit of genocide between friends and a little bit of, you know, brain damage because they don't know how to do the alphabet anymore. You know, House Steiner and House Davion are like, let's get friggin' married. Like, let's bang. Like, let's make some crazy babies. And they're like, okay, that sounds pretty cute. And so they agree. They agree to making this a marriage alliance, which is ridiculous. Because when you think about it, I'll pull up the previous map just to give you an idea. That's the Lyran Commonwealth. That's the Federated Sons. They're going to get married. That's like half of the sphere. Like, well, arguably, I think star system wise, it might be over half. I don't remember 100%. But it's massive. That is one hell of an alliance. That's a marriage alliance. Like, yikes. Like, oops, they're gonna get squeaked hard. And so they basically agreed to do that. The other guys catch wind of this. The Capellans, the Free World League, and the Draconis Combine. They're not happy about it. They do something that's kind of like makes sense, but then they're stupid about it. They do like where is it? What's the name of the alliance? It's called something. It's called like the Derp. That's what it's called.
I don't remember what it's called.
Signed
It's called the Triple Alliance.
Yeah, the
sequel is stupid.
Signed the Concord of Capitine. Like, cringe. It's the Triple Alliance now. Okay, we're retconning that for you. In 3024, which is a mutual defense alliance that they totally would honor and totally come to each other's aid and totally don't, like, wussy out at any point. None of them. Not the Capellans. The Capellans would stand true to the bitter end. They wouldn't peace out because they're crappy and they suck at everything. Oh no.
The Free Worlds League who peaced out?
I think the Free Worlds League peaced out before, like, them, if I remember right.
Yeah, and then the Capellans are like, well, we can't fight this, we're out.
The Free Worlds League pieces out and they're like, what the hell? Like, give away half your land. The Capellans like, okay. And so the Capellans give, like, the Federated Sons a huge chunk of the land, their space, and like, oh, that sucks. And they're like, hey, my back, it feels like it's smaller. Free Worlds is like, star system.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's always been ours.
It's always been ours. It's like, yeah, we had an agreement. It's like, yeah, but that's over now. And so they took some. The Capellan Confederation was at its chattest height, which is like, their height was like here, chat. Like, it cut off like this little chunk here, nice circle. Like, that's how big they were. Like, that's
not at their height.
I'm sorry, that's the height of where they should ever be. Okay.
Their height was in 2570.
It would be under the Star League. They'd need protection in order to survive, Bubs.
They're significantly fatter then.
They were. The Federated Sons have a favorite pastime of devouring their territory. Like, star system.
As you can see based on all the penises inside of them.
Yes, those penises aren't green going into yellow. That's yellow going into green. That's the Federated Sons going like, this tastes pretty good. Good.
Now, the Fourth Succession War had a brilliant start.
It did. You know what? You do the start. I wrote it down. It's great. I love the wedding. Do it. Do it.
Oh, yeah. So, on 20th of August, 3028, Hans Davion and Melissa Steiner held their wedding to secure their little alliance. It was done on Terra, in front of all the other successor lords. So, of course, the wedding went as a normal wedding went did. It's like, it's a lot of, like, you know, little fun stuff. Sure, probably a lot of bridesmaid being chased down by horny men. The typical stuff. Now, the fun stuff happened at the reception. Because, of course, anyone in the right mind would want to piss off literally everyone, right? Yeah, so that's why you do it at the reception of a wedding.
Yeah.
Because where else to do something like that? So, as Hans Davion fed his newlywed a piece of the wedding cake, he announced his great gift to his new wife. And he said, "Wife, in honor of our marriage, in addition to this morsel, I give you a vast prize. My love, I give you the Capellan Confederation." Right in front of all the lords, who probably wanted to kill him right then and there, but couldn't because they were on Terra.
With comm guard everywhere.
I'm sure it was very tempting.
It was one of those things, like he's just doing it, and she's being smug, and he's being smug, and everyone's like furious because what they just did in that wedding is they invited them there, and probably the house was like, maybe this is an overture of peace. No,
No, it's a fucking war declaration.
it's a war declaration right in their face as they're being
On
like
Terra.
romantic and cute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's adorable. But yes, that was the best declaration of war in the BattleTech universe, and there will never be a declaration of war as good as that one, as the Fourth Succession War.
It's pretty good one. It certainly is a way to start a war.
Like,
I can just imagine the faces on some of the people there,
yes,
especially the Capellans.
yeah, I was just like, I just imagine him getting up and just running, sprinting. It's like that means like there's already like the attack's already begun at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whoops.
And that was after spending like 2 years reorganizing the entire Federated Army.
Yes. Which was a huge deal, by the way, because the FedCom army, like, is a merging of the Commonwealth and the Federated Suns forces into a new, larger, unified army.
Mm-hmm.
One of the largest armies the Sphere had seen in a very long time.
Between the what probably is the most militarily powerful house and the most financially powerful house.
It was a match made in hell or heaven, depending on your perspective. Like,
Depending if you were green or yellow.
That's green or yellow, or maybe red, because they get a little fucked later. Actually, no, they managed to. God damn it, stupid Drax. I just remembered. Never mind. Managed to weasel out a little bit.
I mean, they did it in a 10 out of 10 way.
They did, by getting smaller.
Yes. And also being like, hey, Comstar, I heard you have some technology laying around.
That's great. But before we get
Trade treat, squeak, squeak.
Before we do that, so they do that in front of Comstar, right? Which Comstar is actually really pissed off too. Everyone here is mad except the Federated Suns and the Lyran Commonwealth. They're happy.
Mm-hmm.
The honeymoon's
smug as fuck.
Yeah, they're smug as fuck. Comstar is furious. So furious, in fact, that they actually set up an interdiction, which is basically a blackout of communications for the Federated Suns to affect their economy. Now, Davian Hans already planned for that and already knew that was a thing, and it was just smug anyway, so he didn't give a shit. It's just like, yep, I know it's gonna happen. He was very dedicated to the whole war idea, and it was a short-term plan campaign against the Capellans. But when they launched the Capellan Confederation campaign, like, it was pretty swift, all things considered. Like, it was basically a blitzkrieg, but on a interstellar scale, is what it basically amounted to. Which was a lightning strike of just napping up planets, and the Free Worlds League and the Capellans were just absolutely unable to compete with that. Like, they couldn't keep up. That's why they pieced out.
Another thing worth mentioning. Now, we touched on the jump ships being somewhat limited in number. Davian's movements required a lot of jump ships.
A lot.
To the point where some planets in the Federated Suns kind of went tits up.
Yeah.
Because, well, where's the trade gone? Jump ship, where are you? It's like, oh, you're on the other side of the Federated Suns.
Carrying tanks, infantry, supplies, and logistics. Yeah. That I mean, he did leave behind a minuscule amount of jump ships so that planets wouldn't starve, But
Mm-hmm.
trade and economic situations within the Federated Suns plummeted. But they had the benefit of the backing of the Lyran Commonwealth. So Hans was prepared for this. That was why he also agreed to the marriage proposed by Katrina Steiner with her daughter, Melissa. Melissa? Is it Melissa?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it's Melissa Steiner. And that's why he agreed to it, because he's like, with the financial backing of Lyran Commonwealth, he can bounce back from that pretty quick. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why
But,
Comstar was so furious about their alliance too. Comstar, by the way, hated like the Fed comms, like the formation of the Federated Commonwealth. They did not like that.
Oh, because it disrupted the balance in the Innisphere greatly.
Yes. The glorious alliance. Beautiful.
The war lasted what, like a year?
It did. It was so quick. The Capellans got
And
their
they
asses
took nearly like half of the Capella territories.
Oh my god, can we find a map of it? Google.
Yes.
BattleTech.
3025 has a map and 3030 has a map.
Let's see. Oh my god, yes. They're so disgustingly tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Open image. That picture is tiny. It's going to be a terrible quality when you see it, chat. Oh, that's so bad. But you don't need to tell. You just need to see where the colors are. This is basically the result of that campaign. Like, Capellan's like, help, I'm tiny. They're just fucking puny. They got absolutely obliterated. Like, they're actually a few months away from Terra now. Before, they used to be, like, within a couple of jumps away. Now, they're, like, it takes, like, about a couple months, or about a month, I'd say, to get to Terra from there. If I remember the distances.
It takes a while, at least.
Like, that, they got absolutely obliterated in the beginning of the Fourth Succession War. The Free Worlds League saw where the wind was blowing, like, I don't want to play. And the Draconis Combat like, oh shit, I'm the only one left in the Triple Alliance of gay. So what did they do, Bubbles? What did the Draconis Combine solution to Hans Davion's Blitz tactic?
Well, the poor Cretans, who are the house in charge of the Draconic Combine, shot their pants.
They did.
That's what they did.
I mean, that is what they did.
Poor Theodore Carito was like, fuck.
I'm next, and I'm going to be sandwiched.
Yes. Now, do you know who initiated contact? Was it Comstar or was it Carita?
Oh, I read the book even for this. I think, I don't know, Theodore if I had to guess, I think it might have been Theodore Carita. Maybe. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Theodore Carita was actually pretty brilliant, if I remember right. A lot of his reforms actually fixed a lot of the problems of the Draconis Combine. Because the Draconis Combine has a lot of issues with its own Bushido code. And there's one thing that doesn't, I don't know if new BattleTech will ever reference it, but like, Drax, as they're called, like, do not view people of different colors very equally in the books or lore for them. They're very much interesting in their code, very traditional Japanese, which is accurate, actually, for their culture.
So, anyway, realizing that the poor little Cretans would be completely fucked in a war, communications with Comstar were initiated, and they signed a compact. It's a little one. And they agreed that they would let a few worlds go, have their own little independence, in exchange for a whole lot of Comstar Star League era Battletechs. Battlemechs, not Battletechs. So they let the Free Rasselhog Republic go, which is beautiful cringe.
They had their independence at one point, and the Draconis come like, no.
Yes. The Free Rasselhog Republic was a bunch of worlds settled by Scandinavians
Your
and
people.
Finnish people who are like, our countries are fucking shitholes. We leave now. Fucking Nazi scum, bye. So they went to settle off into space, and then they got eaten. And they're like, oh. Now we're on the Draconis Combine. This isn't any better. So then several times they tried to be like, we won't be free. And then the Japs came and were like, no.
No.
And then like, oh, okay.
So accurate, though. Like, that is exactly what happened to the poor Free Rasselhog Republic. Right? We said.
Yeah, so the Rasselhog finally got their freedom. And the Draconis Combine got a whole bunch of new shiny, really old shiny battle mechs. Very old. Like 500 years old, basically.
Pretty well preserved, though. And taken care of.
Yes. I mean, it is Comstar. That's kind of the thing they do.
Yep.
Now, of course, the Japanese people were like, this is dishonorable. So a bunch of them were like, we will not let them go. So they tried to kill the poor little Rasselhagians.
He's not calling them his people anymore. I think you're disowning them, Bob.
Now, Theodore Kurita partially was a man of honor and partially was a man who didn't want to piss off Comstar. Declared these people who decided not to let the Rasselhag go to be Ronin. Because fucking of course. They're basically rebels at that point, and they actually sent troops to help. And the Rasselhag also hired a bunch of mercenaries with terrible, awful contracts. And mercenaries are like, okay, so you're telling us you're gonna pay us basically 5 billion worlds worth of money, and we just get to sit on our ass. Yes, we'll take that deal. And then the poor Rasselhag people are like, wait, hang on, this doesn't seem right. We hate mercenaries now.
They do. Mercenary companies took advantage of them because they were so desperate for aid because they needed military.
They completely rushed the contract. They had no real military, so they rushed every contract.
Yep.
And they were like, either overpaid, or they weren't even doing anything and taking money anyway.
They were just like garrisoned on worlds that were not even valuable or were of no strategic importance, and they're ordered to defend places of like no value. Like, okay, and there's not even any rebels, or there's not even any Ronin, as they were declared by the Draconis Combine. Renegades.
So the Rasselhag Republic people started having kind of a distaste for mercenaries, because they felt kind of ripped off.
Scammed is an understatement to what happened to them. It's why they're not a fan of mercenary companies in lore. For good reason. Like, they've been taken advantage of.
Yes. And Draconis also strongly disliked mercenaries, but that was like an honor thing.
Yep.
Because they viewed mercenaries as dishonorable.
Yes. It has to do with their warrior code of Bushido, because the Draconis warriors and soldiery believe that your highest dedication and honor should be to fight for your house. And the house's honor is your honor. And if you can further that house's honor, even if you die, then you have lived a good life. That's why they also like consider when they kill an enemy combatant for the Federated Sons or Lyrian Commonwealth relatively honorable, even if they fight them and kill them, It's like, well, they died honorably. They died fighting for their house, as they should. Versus mercenary outfits, don't fight for any house and switch allegiances sometimes. and sometimes flip in mid-contract, depending on if the mercenary leader outfit is got some sort of moral problems with like what's going on, or maybe not moral, but notices the opposition offering a counter offer of certain higher value than his
Yes.
current employers.
Stuff like that is generally kind of a bad idea, though.
Yes.
It tends to have repercussions. There's this thing called reputation.
Yeah.
You don't want to hire a mercenary army who decided to switch allegiances in the middle of a battle, even if it was in your favor. Because that means they have no loyalty.
Yeah, and it's actually something that's had benefited the Draconis Combine, actually, because of their distrust of mercenaries. They didn't have the same issues that some of the other houses had when hiring some of the smaller mercenary armies or companies. Because, well, they didn't betray. The Draconis had no problem with occasionally making one of those groups sell out their employers. But I do believe they did that a few times. But they generally didn't like to keep them on hand for too long. And even so, they treated them barely poorly. If I recall correctly. Giving them really stupid operations or, more the high-risk stuff so they have a higher chance of dying during an operation. I'm noticing a certain Draconis the Wyvern is being a certain little weeaboo.
Yes, that's not a big surprise.
As far as the Draconis Combine gets a lot of slack, but like as a faction, they're actually kind of interesting. Like there's a lot of cool stuff going on there. They're not just like Japanese in space, though. When you look at them, that very much is what you're going to see.
And Theodore Kurita is a good man.
Theodore Kurita is actually good, whereas a lot of his predecessors aren't.
Yes, it's like maybe better training for army.
Better training.
Maybe
yes.
a less rigid command structure.
Oh god, yeah, his reformation to the command structure was good because the whole friggin' problem with the command structure is because of how their honor and Bushido code worked. Incompetent officers did more damage in the Draconis Combine than they even would in the Lyran Commonwealth, because the incompetent officer here, the troops wouldn't even question or try to even think about disobeying or, their orders. They would follow it to the letter.
They had a very Japanese corporate structure in that sense.
They do. And it's kind of corporate, yeah.
Do not question anyone your senior.
Nope. They tell you to charge that trench line, you're gonna do it, even if it is an MG nest and across an open field that so happens to be a swamp.
That's your job. Your honor is on the line.
This actually incident is compounded further by the Cantaris massacre, which is a incident in which a planet in the Federated Suns, where an incompetent officer gave orders that were extremely unethical and basically ended up like torching civilians alive. Like they lined up kids in schools and just burned them, and they just started committing mass genocide. A lot of the Draconis soldiers didn't disobey, but some of them actually did. Some of them began to hide people and actually like break their code, and a lot of them took their own lives during the incident and after. It was one of those incidents that the Draconis media like tried to blanket out real quick, but they couldn't because it was so devastating that the other houses were like wouldn't shut up about it. Like the Federated Suns was like using that as a rallying cry. It's like, look what they did to our boys. They're all burnt and crispy.
Toasty.
Well done.
Uncle Owen, Aunt Peru.
Oh no.
So Kyle, what happened in April 3039?
April 3039. 3039. That's nearing the end.
That's when Hans Davian decided to whip out his dick once more.
Yeah, wasn't that when he did? No, that's when he attacked the Draconis Combine.
Yes.
It was their turn to get the dick. But the Dracs were like, no PP, please.
Well, yes. The first attack worked wonders.
Just like the first time, yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like lightning warfare worked So they attacked, and they're like, yes, we've taken them by surprise. We can win this easily. And then they turn around, and suddenly there's a bunch of Lost Tech being like, hi,
Hello.
I'm gonna shoot you now.
Yeah, see, the tactic would have worked had the Draconis Combine not received those advanced pieces of Lost Tech from the Starly era. The Federated Suns, in my opinion, would have easily actually like dealt with the Draconis Combine there. But because they had a tech
easily,
advantage,
not necessarily.
maybe not necessarily easy, but I think they would have had them on the ropes.
Yes, but Theodore Kurita saw that coming, so he went and bought those Star League era Balmex, and then threw them at the Federated Suns.
Yeah, I believe they
just a straight up counterattack.
Yeah, that actually put them on the back pedal for defense.
Yep.
It did not go well because the Federated Suns were caught by surprise. They weren't quite ready for that. They were a little bit overconfident because of their victory with the Capellan Confederation, and that was also compounded by the fact that the Free Worlds League was backing off, and compounded by the earlier victory against the initial attack against the Draconis Combine. So morale was high, and overconfidence in their commanding corps, or officer corps, was really high. So they didn't quite like that. Also compounded, I think, the issue there too.
The counterattack was a massive gamble, though.
I mean,
because even with that, they couldn't actually have won against the Federated Suns. But Davion did surrender.
Yep, he got scared.
Uh-huh.
The Draconis Combine bluffed. Because a prolonged...
That war lasted a whole, 4 months?
Yeah. And that basically wraps up the Fourth Succession War. With that final battle. It was like, Meh. And they're like, okay, time to rebuild. So the houses set about fixing stuff up. Mini fixing noises happen. Mini baby making sounds happen. Gotta replenish those lost numbers. They're down on manpower.
A whole nothing happened for 10 years. Ooh.
It did. It was actually an era in, some stuff was still happening, but nothing major. No more jockeying for getting the edge on each other to jump each other, at the next chance they get. No skirmish, not as big as skirmishes. They're still doing some proxy, conflicts with different houses on the front, little minor houses, but it was nothing serious. By and large, it was actually relatively peaceful for a decade. Razzlehog got to rebuild and was like, I'm gonna build an army. I'm gonna be a house too.
Little did they know what would happen soon.
What happening? We're losing contact with the Oberon Confederation. What happened up there? What happened? Oh no. Bubbles, what happened? Why did the Oberon Confederation get so quiet?
No one knew.
No one did.
For a year.
They sent some people to check. They even hired mercenaries to go look.
Yeah, they would either come back with nothing or not come back at all.
It did start sending off alarms, though. As everyone began to panic.
Someone just fucking up and then disappeared. First they were like, yeah, it's probably pirates. And then it was like, it seems to be a lot for pirates. It's strange.
The Oberon Confederation is an extremely aggressive periphery kingdom, which launches many raids against the houses that face Coreward. It's kind of strange that they have stopped raiding altogether. It's very peculiar.
No sign of them anymore.
At all. Oh, God.
They even sent a detachment of the Kellhounds, which is a mercenary unit.
Oh, did the Kellhounds make contact?
They never came back.
Ah. Damn.
They made contact. They never came back.
They made contact, all right. I was like, the Kellhounds, that's pretty, that's one of the bigger name mercenary armies. Surely they must have had some success. Oh, they had success, all right. Not the kind they wanted.
They lost their attachment on The Rock.
Yep.
It's a fantastic name for a planet, by the way.
It's a great name. Look, they ran out of ideas for names as they pushed out from the Terra.
Really?
It's a rock. It's kind of great, though, when you think about it. 3049, the year of our Lord, August 13th. It's when the clans decide, or shall I say the SLDF or their descendants decide to say hello to the Inner Sphere. It's been a while. Hello, my old friend. The SLDF that people had remembered, the people had revered, was very retarded now.
Yes. When Kerensky left, people were like, "Ah, he's leaving. He'll come back in our time of great need. He'll save us." Well, and something's coming back.
It's all deformed and dilapidated. It's like, go away, go away. Now it's time to talk a little bit about how this happened. Why are the clans of things? So the Exodus, right, Bubs? The Exodus. They're like, let's go off into space. Said Kerensky hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Do you want to touch on why they decided to do that?
Because they didn't have the military prowess to hold the sphere together.
Well, specifically why the clans decided to go on a little walk. Because there's something that triggered that.
There is. Bubbles touch up on it.
I know fucking nothing about it. I just looked it up on the wiki.
You little munchkin. Okay.
Do you know anything about it, Kyle?
I know that the Crusading clans are the big driving factor politically. Because there's the Warden clans.
Politically, yes.
Yes. Because the Crusading
clans
something
triggered it.
Are the big drive. It was the, oh, fuck, I can't remember. Refresh me, Bubs. Yeah, but what specific? I know it's Comstar, but what specific?
Their Explorer Corps.
Oh, the IE thing.
Yeah, they ran into Clan Smoke Jaguar.
Oh, that was a bad one. Oh, God, yeah, that's right, never mind. Never mind. Smoke Jaguar kind of retarded. Also kind of violent.
Yeah.
It made the clans realize that they needed to make an action, that they had to act. Because the Inner Sphere was poking at them. And the Warden clans, which we should talk about the politics a little bit here, because it does matter. So the Warden clans are the clans that believe that, no, we should very cautiously guide the sphere out of the Dark Ages by just subtly influencing them, but not too much intervening, and just mostly stay out of their political affairs, for the most part. Let's not get too involved. Let's protect the sphere from external threats, whatever the that means. But then the Crusader clans are like, no, let's go back. Let's force these barbarians to come back to the light. Because in their eyes, the Inner Sphere is degraded. And it, to be fair, correct. Based on the writings they had from their ancestors, like the Inner Sphere was a bastion, it was a beacon of hope for humanity. They look at it now and they're like, they barely know how to do the alphabet.
The clans also had a bit of a complex.
They had a massive superiority complex. They looked at the Inner Sphere as little more than children who simply didn't know what they were doing.
The clans were also a product of eugenics.
They also viewed themselves as superior. And not just
in a sort of sense, they kind of were, I guess.
I mean,
some degree.
Yes.
They were also kind of retarded. They're like, you were cloned. You're good. It's like, you were born. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Inferior.
You free birth. Isn't that the slur? I think it's free birth. It's been so long.
Like that.
Because these books, I read the Blood of Kerensky trilogy years and years ago. I believe free birth. Yeah,
Freeborn.
Die freeborn, or was it freeborn? Die freeborn scum or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They look at freeborn as like, ugh, that's so
and they're born in iron wombs.
They're so backwards. They do eugenics. They pair each other with the best matches, and
they clone.
And they clone. Yep. They do call them free births as well. Okay, I figured they also call them free births as well. I mean, it makes sense. What?
Free birth would be the act, or along those lines. Well, freeborn would be someone who is born. Inferior.
It's funny when you think about it because it's like so basic. It's like, you were born cringe. Like what?
Ew, icky.
Icky,
I
savage.
was. I grew up in a tube.
An iron
I'm
womb.
better.
Oh boy. Yeah, the clans were special. It's also important to note with clan society, each clan very much differed in their structure. And they also had different castes, a very different system compared. Well, like things like the Draconis Combines kind of has a similar sort of system. It's very different. Like tank or here's a good example. Aerospace fighters, fighter pilots were very much bred to be like narrow and small so that they could resist G tolerance better. Just like in the same vein that they bred the battle armor pilots, I forget they actually call them
Elementals.
elementals. They're bred specifically to be more muscular like that. Like they look different. They're genetically bred that way. Same for mech pilots and the other castes, and they sort of stick to their own things. Another important thing to know is the clans also practice slavery. They take on bondsmen, and bondsmen are basically slaves. They remain that way until they have been indoctrinated into their society, and then they're adopted into a clan. The clans very much believe in genocide. They are. They genocide each other all the time. But how did the clans become the clans is an important thing. So when they exodused, right, when they're leaving the sphere, they went and they took all these military people and their families. They took some farmers with them, but they didn't take that many. They traveled and they traveled, trying to find a place to settle down. And they didn't have luck. They ended up coming across, I think, the pentastars is what they're called, or pentaplanets or whatever. It was like 5 planets that are somewhat tolerable, somewhat. And they settled on them. It went poorly because you take a bunch of warriors and soldiers who only know how to fight. You tell them to settle down, and you're like, yeah, use farming stuff. Like, they didn't really take well to that. Some of them tried, some of them did, but by and large, most of them didn't, and it ended up resulting in conflict again over scarce resources. They had their own quote-unquote succession war crisis, and Kerensky basically died, very distraught over the whole thing. His son takes over. Kerensky Jr. is what we'll call him, because I forget his first name.
Blah, blah, blah. Somewhere. Nicholas.
Nicholas Kerensky. Oh, he's such a special munchkin. I don't know if his father didn't beat him enough or something, but he obsessed over like reading about history about the Mongolians and stuff and the clans of the Mongols, and he obsessed to such a degree that he's like, yes, I can adopt this system to make this right. And somehow, the little crazy bastard managed to pull it off. He basically, they did another mini exodus. They went off to another world and settled again.
With 800 followers.
Yes, a pittance, by the way.
And that would become the clans. The 800 followers.
Well, they'd go back to the Pentaworlds.
Yes.
And they'd reconquer
But
them.
those 800 would be the clans.
Mm-hmm. So it took a few years of, making as many clones and more of them as they possibly could. But they did it. And when they returned to those other 5 worlds, they resubjugated them into their clan system that he had rebuilt and reforged. And then they sort of just formed into the clans there. They expanded their influence a little bit into other areas, but they didn't really push anywhere near the sphere. And they kind of stayed out of the sphere's affairs until, 3005? 2005, they sent the Wolf's Dragoons, which is basically a pretend we was mercenaries company into the sphere which also, the sphere did notice. They're like, this mercenary company just appeared out of nowhere and has lost tech. This is kind of suspicious.
Some of this tech we've never even seen before.
And so Comstar and everyone's looking at Comstar's not happy about the Wolf's Dragoons being a thing. I don't like you. But they also can't do nothing about it because the Wolf's Dragoons is a mercenary army. They have the proper resources to put up a good fight, and they could go toe to toe with Comstar if they wanted to. So Comstar can't disappear them easily, so they just sort of tolerate their existence. Ugh. But yes, the Wolf Dragoon's job was to gather intel on the sphere and report it back to the clans. And they did that. They did that for basically 50 years almost. Well, not quite 50 years, but, close enough. Then when the clans invade, the Wolf Dragoons had a change of heart. They're like, actually, clans are cringe, and Inner Sphere is much more tolerable.
We like money.
We like money. Yeah, basically. They learned the value of it, of capitalism.
See, in clan society, the clan owns everything. You don't get to own anything. In the Inner Sphere, you get to own your own shit, and then they go like, I like owning stuff.
It's like, it's kind of good to have a little bit of capitalism. And so the clan's like, all right, you must rejoin us and help us. And what is the fucking clan? What does the Wolf Dragoons do? They release the Marauder mech schematics and designs to the Inner Sphere and start training them. And the clan's like, you son of a bitch.
Pretty big brain, though.
I mean, the Wolf Dragoons made their choice. They sided with the Inner Sphere and started training them up.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Nah, clan invasion. It's kind of cringe.
It's great. I like what happens to Razlahog. It's like, we was faction. Like, eh.
We was like 80 worlds. We is now 7.
That's so tragic. Yeah, so they come in through Coreward, which, by the way, the free rolls, Razlahog is right about there, like V shape, and the Oberon Confederation's there. Clans are up here. They come down and they just burrow a hole right through Razlahog. Razlahog's space was kind of easy pickings, though, because Razlahog didn't quite have the military capability to really stand toe to toe. And to be fair, not even the Draconis Combine or the Learman Commonwealth could really stand toe to toe, because they all lost territory, battle after battle after friggin' battle. It was a disaster for the Sphere. The Federated Sons, because technically they're in Commonwealth and Federated Sons at this point were married, so the Federated Sun was helping them, and they were actually helping the Drax as well, because this new enemy was such a massive threat. They had to be dealt with. They recognized that. I forget what the Compelling Confederation was doing, probably sitting there moping, being sad, if I remember right. The Free Worlds League is like, meh, it's not my problem.
Probably.
But then his son, the leader of the Free Worlds League's son, I believe, develops cancer. He's like, oh no, my son's gonna die. And the Federated Son's like, hey, we have like a pretty cool medical like place and advanced research place on New Avalon. You wanna help? We will help you treat your son. Like, you will? It's like, yeah, for military support. I'm like, fine. The Free Worlds League was content with letting them beat the shit out of their enemies. Like, yeah, we don't really like these guys. But the Free Worlds League, being the absolute munchkins that they are, not realizing the fact that the clans, if not stopped, would easily plow their way to Terra, and soon to the rest of it. And with Terra under the control, like the rest of the sphere would very much fall. Because how it kind of works, chat, is the center of the sphere is actually where a lot of the densely populated stuff is here. And the further you push out into these wider regions, it's actually less populated, and there's actually less, like, stuff out there, generally speaking. So if they get pushed to Terra, that means they're all fucked.
Terra would be an absolute bitch to take, though.
It would be, considering what Comstar has at their disposal for their own military. They could easily, I'm pretty sure Comstar's military might could easily defeat a house on their own.
Probably.
I think,
and if the house is stupid enough to actually attack Terra, they'd lose their entire fleet.
Yes. Attacking Terra would be the dumbest thing possible.
Terra is the bastion for Lost Tech.
It's basically, what you need to think of Terra is, imagine a mixture of the papacy from medieval times and imagine Constantinople from the Dark Ages. That is what Terra represents in BattleTech universe. It is very much like a city, or like a world, a solar system from another era altogether. Comstar still had warships. Yes, they do. Proper warships, not because the other spheres at this point, or spheres, the other inner sphere powers use like converted dropships. Some of them do have their own military ships still, but they kind of like baby them, because if they lose them at this point, they don't have the capabilities to rebuild them. Which is not good. Space Nords got taken over by Space Wisconsinites. Binge. That is kind of cringe. I hate that you told me that. Now I can't unsee that.
I think one of the clans was descendant of some Wisconsin or Minnesotan thing.
Yes, they are. Minnesota tribe, if I remember right, or
Pretty
something like
cringe.
that. I think that's a thing. It actually has to do with a Star League Defense Force division, if I remember right. They were just called that because that's where the troops were recruited from, Ontario.
Yep.
They're my people. Bubbles, my people killed your people. Lamau.
That's nice.
Hate your people. I hate them.
Now let's talk about how Davion, or Steiner Davion, I guess at this point,
Yep.
became good pals with House Kurita.
They kind of did.
They did. Because House Kurita was like, our homeworld's under attack by clanners. And then the Federated Commonwealth's like, well, it would be funny if the Drax lost their homeworld.
They did think
But
that.
they're kinda useful to the war.
Hmm.
So they actually did go and send help. Like the good little people they are.
Did they though, Bubs? Are they good?
Maybe.
In
It's questionable at best.
In this case, kinda. I mean, at this point, the Federated Commonwealth of the Cynerdavians recognized the situation they were in. If the Draconis Combine fell, that would mean that space and those resources would fall to the clans, which they could not allow. They had to try to contain the clans and hope they could win a war of attrition.
Now, that little act actually set up things for later down the line.
It did.
Cringe things.
But what cringe thing specifically, Bubs?
That's something we're going to touch on.
Why don't you mention it for chat? Just hint
Now,
at it.
if I remember correctly... Okay.
Just hint at it.
Reformation of Glory Past.
Look.
Is that a good enough hint, Cal?
There's nothing wrong with trying...
With the second Star
League? See, the thing is, like, I wouldn't mind that plot point, the formation of the Second Star League, if it didn't end up going where it went and ended as a story point, as a dead end that meant nothing, that paved way for the Jihad era. Terrible. Terrible, Bubs. Terrible.
So why did the clanners just suddenly stop and be like, I'm going to sit on Oz for a little while?
Well, the first time they stopped for a year is because some crazy Razhog patch like Allah Akbar, and they like crashed into the bridge of the Ilkhan's flagship, killing him. Which was very convenient because the ensuing power vacuum.
Then it crashed into the Death Star.
What? Shut up, Bubbles. No, you didn't. I get where you're going with that. Like, I actually can see that might have been... Who knows? Maybe that was actually influenced by that. I could totally see it, because what? The BattleTech universe came out in 1984. The clan invasions must have happened a little bit further later. Like, Star Wars Return of the Jedi was probably out by then. Easily.
It's
that
possible.
Might be.
I hope not, but it's possible.
It might have been influenced by that. Now that you mention that, like, I could see that, because that same, like, thread is actually similar in a way, not like afterwards, at least. So yeah, she crashes into the ship. I know it's a girl, if I remember right. Pilot crashes into the ship. It's a
female pilot, yeah.
She dies. There's a power vacuum within the clans. They stop for a year. This gives the Inner Sphere houses time to rebuild a little bit. Like, maybe this time we can do it. And then the clans re-begin their attack, and the Inner Sphere's like, this time we'll get them. And then they get their asses kicked.
Mhm.
A year was not enough time for the Inner Sphere to recover from the assault. They just couldn't stop them. The Inner Sphere
Uh,
couldn't win the war.
Maverick Entity says they sent the dragoons, right? Yes, Davion sent the what was it, the Kellhounds and the Wolf's Dragoons to aid Kurita.
They would never. They didn't want Davion. Like neither one wanted Davion troops there.
No, which is reasonable because they had been enemies for like 500 years, even more than that.
Yes, it would have caused problems between the different commanding officers. So sending mercenaries in their stead to aid in the defense of Draconis Combine's homeworld space was a good idea.
Mhm.
It would have only caused infighting among their own troops.
Yep. Which happened during the second wave of attacks.
Yes, because the first wave they're like,
Because we have been kind of jumping.
yeah, that's true. So the second wave of attacks began, and the houses are like, we're dying still. And so Comstar's like, ah, shit. Like, was it? Her name is like Water something. Waterly. Waterly is the primus
Waterly,
is
yeah.
the primus of the
Comstar.
Comstar right now, and Anastasius Vogt is like the second in command, if I remember right.
I think so, yeah.
Anastasius Vogt, best lad. Waterly is all like, oh shit, this isn't going well, and Anastasius is like, we need to stop him. So he basically is like, okay, I figured out that the clans are retarded, and they believe in these weird Bachal challengey things. So what we'll do is we'll have a challenge for the seat of Terra, and they're like, okay. They managed to convince the new Ilkhan to agree to it. And like, we'll battle over this planet called Tukiet, and Tukiet is
Hold up.
What?
Hold up, Carl.
Eh?
You're glossing over one thing, because Comstar is Comstar.
Another
Now,
Comstar.
Comstar, before that point, had been like, hey, clans, how about we manage your occupied worlds for you?
They did do that.
And then they find out that the clans are actually going for Terra, and then they're like, time for a change of doctrine.
See, the Comstar was like, okay. Like, when they first, if I remember right, they first hear about the clans attacking, like, this is actually more or less going to work out. Like, we'll restore the Star League. We get what we want, and we retain our power. A new Star League is brought back, and the Inner Sphere is fucked. Finally. And then as the clanners get closer and closer, they start learning more and more about the clans. Like, oh, they're kind of retarded. And if they get in power, they're not going to let us retain our position at all. They're gonna remove us. Pretty.
Waterley was also batshit insane.
Waterley was a nutter. Wasn't she Word of Blakest?
I think so, but she was of the kind that was like, we must bring about the end of the Inner Sphere and usher into an era of the Comstar Sphere.
Yes, because Waterley was super ambitious. Like, Waterley didn't just, she wanted to manipulate the Inner Sphere and the clans to beat each other into such a bloody pulp that Comstar could actually attack everyone and they wouldn't be able to stop them.
Which is why they offered to administrate the clan's worlds, because that would allow them to siphon resources.
Resources
and technology.
Yep, their information. And the clans accepted that because they're like, oh, Comstar is a noble, honorable element of the thing we cherish and prize, the Star League.
Also politically neutral, cough cough.
Yeah, they're politically neutral, and they're an arm of the Star League that is carried on. What a noble and honorable thing that they would administer the worlds we take. Like, yes, this is much good, much glory.
Meanwhile, they're also like, we're gonna take Terra.
We're also gonna take Terra. You can administer it after we have it. But you don't, like, you're just a little puppet bitch. But yeah, Comstar found out. Comstar like, no clans allowed on Terra. And so that's when they finally made the move to actually save the sphere. Because a lot of the books talk about, like, oh, the Comstar came and saved the Inner Sphere. Not really. Comstar saved itself because it was scared. So I don't want to be annexed. And so Comstar basically does the whole, like, agreement to battle on Tukiet. They send in, like, some of their most elite, like, lost tech and best troops that they can, and one of the most one of the largest battles in the invasion takes place there, if I remember right. I think that is the largest, actually.
Might very well be, yeah.
Like, the planet is basically engulfed in just a giant war zone, basically. The battle is absolutely brutal. Like, that in itself could have its own, like a whole stream just about the battle because of all the crazy shit that happened in it. But, like, suffice to say, neither side really won, but Comstar was able to declare victory at the end. Even Anastasia Falk, if I remember right, ended up saying like he didn't feel like he really won, and I think it's just because of how bloody it was.
Waterley also used the opportunity to do a little bit of sabotage because Turkaid was a massive distraction.
Yes. What did Waterley do?
God,
Was
what's
it
the name?
Operation Scorpion?
Yeah, it's Operation Scorpion. It was a series of covert attacks on various worlds in the clan occupation zones, which is the worlds they took, obviously. See, Waterloo was completely fucking retarded at that point. She was like, we will use this as an opportunity to take all of the inner sphere.
She did. She actually popped and went insane at that point. Like once she finally crossed over the edge there. And Anastasia's Falk caught wind of it and was like, oh shit, gotta go put the bitch down. And so he headed back to Terra. And he got back to Terra, and I remember, like, he had a conversation with Waterley, and Waterley's like, I'm gonna do these things, and you're not gonna stop me, because you wouldn't shoot me if I turned my back on you, because you're a man of honor. And so she turns her back on him, and Anastasia's Fox is like, pew, 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 like 7 times. And I don't remember if he just keeps shooting her when she falls to the ground, or he killed the ever-living shit out of her. Like, nope, don't trust you. See, at that point, it was like the honorable thing was to stop her from doing what she was doing.
Yes.
She didn't quite understand what honor meant, so she thought if she just turned her back, you wouldn't dare shoot her.
Waterley was also a hardcore Blakeist, while Fox was more of a secularist.
Yes.
So there was some fundamental ideological disagreement at play as well.
Yes. Anastasius Focht, after disposing of Waterley, would become the new Primus of Comstar.
Mm-hmm.
He would try to push it away from the Blakeist power.
Which led to cringe.
Which led to cringe. Honestly,
like, everything after this point is cringe.
Everything is cringe. Like, if we go further, it just gets bad at this point.
It just gets worse and worse the further you go at this point.
Like, this is kind of cool. Like, the whole coup d'etat thing happening. Like, I don't mind that. But then after this, it's just bad.
Also, the clans are retarded. They're like, yes, we will fight you over to Kaid, and if we win, we get Terra. If we lose, we will stop our advance for 15 years.
Giving the inner sphere 15 years to rebuild and prepare.
Yep. And then they lose, and then they're sitting like, That
was a mistake.
So we're going to honor this. We don't know why, but we're going to honor this.
We don't. Yeah, the clans honestly...
Honor dictates we do this.
I think it would have been way more interesting had the clans actually broken that, because, like, there's no way they should... reason why they should actually honor that agreement. Because that's basically suicide.
There was an honor culture.
I know. But it would be kind of cool to show, like, well, it's more honorable not to lose. It could have been one of those instances, which could have showed real character. But the problem is I think the writers were too... Like, honor culture means that the honorable thing is to accept defeat. When a lot of honor cultures, the honorable thing is to do something dishonorable, as long as it wins you honor at the end of the day. So I feel like that was a huge missed opportunity. Yeah, I know.
It was, and now it just gets cringe and cancer and cringe.
Sergeant Stoner is apparently spurging out. Calm down. Vogt was a Steiner noble that it was exiled. Yeah, I know. But it's not particularly relevant to this particular plot point. because
Not particularly, no.
he's more loyal. He's actually pretty loyal to the ideals of Comstar, and he doesn't really like do anything for Steiner. He's actually fairly principled. Oh god, and then the story falls apart after this, in my opinion.
Yeah, now it just gets weird. Now it's like everyone dies, reset.
Yep, because then you're gonna have Melissa Steiner dies because of course she does. Then the FedComs go into a civil war because of course they do. And then after the civil war, the Federated Sons and Lyran Commonwealth are independent.
Sun Tzu Liao.
And then the Comstar's like, we're gonna help with the new First Lord for the Star League now that the FedCom has been dissolved or basically broken apart. So now that idea of Melissa Steiner and Hans Davion becoming the First Lord and basically First Lords of the Sphere, like would have been a cool thread to go down, but they didn't. Instead, like let's pick Sun Tzu Liao, the Capellans, one of the most hated factions when it comes to the other spheres. Like,
wasn't it Theodore Kurita who was the first dude?
I think he was suggested, but didn't he reject it?
I need to read through this.
I can't remember. It's been so long. I thought Sun Tzu Liao was the one that was picked, and the other House Lords like, Or no, he got assassinated. He got assassinated before.
The new Precantor Marshal used the position to vote coordinator Theodore Kurita into the post of First Lord.
It was Theodore Kurita, and then the jihad happened? Actually, Theodore Kurita is not a bad pick.
Nah, it's actually one of the more
best
reasonable
picks.
people.
Honestly, I'd take either Hans Davion or I'd take Theodore Kurita for the First Lord. Like, they're both competent leaders, and they've proven themselves.
Yeah.
And I think, if I remember right, Theodore and Hans Davion actually have a begrudging respect for each other, if I remember right.
They did, especially after Davion sent troops to save the Draconis Combine.
If they didn't do the stupid FedCom Civil War thing, that could have meant that the Lyran Commonwealth and the Federated Sons would back up the Draconis Combine in that instance, and that would basically guarantee the new First Lord of the Sphere. Because the Free Worlds League and Capellan Confederation won't be able to protest that. They're just not. They couldn't in a million years. That could have actually been really.
Either.
Yeah, Theodore Kurita could have made a really good First Lord, actually. What a shame. No, what they do instead is basically the jihad happens, and the word of why did they do it again? I thought it's because he refused, or like something was.
The word of Blake happened because of ideological differences within Comstar.
Yes, they exiled themselves to Free Worlds League, if I remember right. But they were kicked out.
Went secularist and tried to implement secularist reforms, and the word of Blake is like, no.
And
then they're like, fuck you, we're gonna form our own Comstar with blackjack and hookers. And then they went to, I think it was the Free Worlds League.
For Asylum.
Then they used one of the billion wars to be like, we took Terra now. And then actual Comstar runs off to free Russelhug Republic.
What? I forgot about that. Like, the jihad era is when I stopped, like, really reading. To be fair, I don't blame anyone who stopped reading at that point either, because fuck.
Like, them running up to Russelhug makes sense in terms of diplomacy, because Russelhug did kind of appreciate Comstar at that point, because, well, everyone else hated Comstar because of the fucking word of Blake, but Russelhug was like, we kind of owe you our independence. Well, what little we have left.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of worlds. Also, Harmon does say that Sun Tzu ended up the First Lord thanks to Catherine and Victor trying to troll each other. Yeah, but the thing, like, the whole FedCom Civil War, like, fuck, it's just a mess.
When did that happen, though?
I don't remember. Like, the FedCom Civil War is bad, in my opinion. Like, icky. It's dumb. It's the universal reset button that was hit the first time, and then they fucked up, and they realized they fucked up, and nobody liked it with the jihad and the FedCom Civil War. So what they try to do to fix it again is like, let's do the Dark Ages. It's like, you're only compounding the issue now. You need to decanonize it and go back and fix your mistake, you fools. Don't just keep building on a broken foundation. Because in my opinion, I don't know about you guys, chat, or those of you who are follow BattleTech, the FedCom Civil War is when Melissa Steiner gets assassinated, and basically Trina Steiner, different Steiners within that family blame, the Davions, and then it erupts in a civil war. The Federated Commonwealth, these two nations here, like their alliance is broken, and they erupt in civil war. That is stupid in my mind. That is dumb. It undoes
Thanks,
everything.
Starna's not giving me a timeline for when that happened. Just like years later. It's like, helpful.
Sun Tzu is 58, Kirita is 61. That doesn't help me in any way. I don't know why he told me that. They did not push this button. They hammered it with the head, like GW did too. Yeah, the problem with BattleTech lore is it's good until it's not. And
the thing is, you can stop in 3052 if you prefer to stop there.
Yeah, I think we'll stop and talk about 3052 because, like, honestly, the issues are just compound. Like I can understand people's grievances about the clan invasion, but by and large, I think the clan invasion narratively was actually kind of interesting. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that happens in it, and a lot of actual developments and story progression that happens in a very good way. After that point, after 3052, it all goes downhill. Not very quick, gradually. The FedCom Civil War wasn't like the end of the world. It's tragic to see like things just reset like that, and it wouldn't have been a reset had it went somewhere interesting, but it didn't. It just reset everything. It just Sunday becomes the first
just
lord.
Became messier from there.
In 3058, Theodore Kirita replaces him in 3061. See, I don't care about that because that's outside of the timeline I care about.
Yeah.
But thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, at that point, honestly, I'd say, I don't know. It's up to you guys if you want to pursue the lore further. I think what we're going to do when we do more BattleTech lore stuff is we're going to try to focus on the, basically Age of War all the way through the clan invasion period. Like, those 5 eras there, I don't mind. It's the last 5 eras I just kind of have a problem. Like, let's say we do these 5 eras, and let's say it's still going, and people still enjoy it, and you guys like this. I'd be willing to do Civil War and Jihad, but I'm not really willing to do Republic, Dark Age, or Ilkhan. I think this is silly.
What? You don't want to do Ilkhan era?
Like, the Dark Age is bad enough as is. Honestly, 3081. The Jihad is just a meme. Like, it's almost a parody. The Age of War is cool. I really want to do that, though. We'll probably do it in chronological order, starting with, like, the actual beginning. And, like, working our way up there. Now, if you guys have questions about the universe and stuff like that you want to ask, that if you're new to the IP, feel free to ask them. And we shall discuss them. Optimus Jedi donated $1. Very generous. Thank you very much. Get a Real Haircut gave us a penny to say, how dare you? Clan Ghost Bear is best here. Clan Ghost Bear is kind of adorable of all the clans. Only for the fact that one of their rituals to, like, become a mech warrior or whatever is to kill a ghost bear, which is like a gargantuan bear. It's like, okay. That sounds tough.
Meow.
It doesn't meow, Bubs. It's a big bear.
Meow.
Okay. It meows the bear. Diamond Shark for life? Ooh. Yikes, bro. You just posted cringe. I do like Diamond Shark's story. What was it? I don't remember. Their original, like, clan animal was like a dolphin or something, and then one of the enemy houses, like, put diamond sharks into their ocean planet to kill all their fucking, like, clan animals. And so Diamond Shark's like, okay, fine. Diamond Shark is our new clan animal because it's stronger and better. Like, okay. Okay.
That's kind of sad, though.
Like, you killed our animal. Fine. We like the other animal instead, then. Tears in their eyes. You don't understand.
But Carl, what about Clan Widowmaker?
Oh, no.
Some of the clans are retarded, some of them are just cringe.
I don't mind the big 4, in my opinion. Smoke Jaguar, because they're stupid and they're adorable without silly there. Clan Jade Falcon. They're nuts. Clan Wolf, because they're they're kind of dogmatic. And Clan Ghost Bear. But when you start getting to the weird ones, like was it Clan Venom or whatever the snake one was, like the drug addict clan.
Star Adder.
It's the weird drug addict clan. That one's
here.
weird.
Clan Star Adder and Clan Steel Viper. Those are two snaky clans.
Snake.
There's also Clan Goliath Scorpion.
I don't remember. Was it? No. I don't remember the first
And
one.
Cloud Cobra.
I hate Clan Hell's Horses. Why? Because exactly what Ace just said. Clan Hell's Horses is obsessed with making horse-looking power armor, and that's why they need to be wiped out. Their power armor is
That's why we need Protomechs instead.
Oh, no. Clan Protomechs are hideous.
We need more Protomechs with titties.
Oh my god, Bubbles, give me the picture. Go get it. Go get it. Go get this. I will show you why you hate it. And you will hate it, and you will like hating it.
If we could find a good picture here instead.
By the way, the art you see in the background is from the original BattleTech art we were making. Kibs is reimagining. Where characters don't look like horses. I wish I had the full-side image for the battle on the left. That one's pretty cool. That's actually from the Aries Convention series, or video I was working on. Before I was like,
good images
so much
seem hard
money
to come by.
With proper funding, we could have custom art. Sadly, that's never going to happen. But we'll probably do some stuff, like I said earlier, chat. So don't be sad, don't be glum. There'll be some stuff. But it might not be on the degree or scale that the original reimagining series was planned, because that is a lot of money that could be put into the game's development.
Protomechs are great, Kyle. I don't know what you're on about.
I don't know if Catalyst Games Labs will DMCA us one day. Oh god,
kind of funny.
Oh, that's bad. No. Oh god, why? That's so stupid looking. Chat, what I'm going to show you is not out of mercy, it's out of hatred. Oh, the bottom one is the worst, though. We'll say that. I don't know which word. Okay, we're showing this one first. There's one of the Clanner Protomechs. It needs to be aborted now. What is its armaments even? And why does it look like it's drooling? Like
fuck you.
I just can't just like I can't get into like, oh yeah, there's these technicians working on this thing. Like, why? It looks stupid.
Why would you work on this? Also, I'm still miffed that they fucked up the titty mech. They didn't put two lasers on the titties. They just put one in the stomach.
Yeah, they could have had like this would be slightly redeemable if they had breast lasers. Oh damn. Missed opportunity. This thing is also cursed.
Or even better, 2 burst AC2s on the titties.
Pep, 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 pep.
Prut, prut. God help me. Some of the designs are just something else.
Ace has supplied us with this cancerous piece. Go, Bubs.
You're gonna have to show me. Ah, yes, that one.
That one. It's got like a shoulder-mounted cannon. That's so dumb. The lore for that is they travel in herds. Like, what? Like, they stopped caring. They stopped caring. Like, they just stopped caring at that point. Like, yeah, travels in herds. It's like, stop it. Get some help. Delete that line of text. Don't publish that. Alright, Bubbles and I are only showing, like, cancerous stuff. There is actually some cool designs, though. Even cute tanks. Things are derp.
There's some absolutely great stuff. Like this thing.
That is adorable. This is redeeming. This is wholesome.
That's also a Capellan one.
Oh no, it's less redeemable. But it'll bring much glory. Look at it. Meep meep. It's a little trash can. Delphine, it's Godzilla the Protomech. Ah.
And of course, that. Beautiful.
Bum, bum,
It's
bum,
fine art.
bum, 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 bum. I just imagine him walking and the fucking Thomas the Choo Choo Engine song playing in the background.
And of course, we can't forget to mention that BattleTech was released in Japan.
No, Bubbles. We talked about this last night. No, no, no.
And
No.
they hired the people behind Macross to draw some of the artwork
For the
for the
Japanese
mechs, and they
release.
look kind of different.
They look like, what is this one supposed to be you just sent me?
I don't remember. I need to find the
Look at his
site again.
boots though. Like, what the fuck? These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One day these boots are gonna walk all over you. That's
Yes.
ugly. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed
It's
to
the
be.
Ostsole.
It doesn't even look like it.
Don't worry. I'll send you the stalker.
No. Okay, the stalker's kind of cute. This is the...
I kind of adore that stalker, and that's the only one I actually kind of adore.
I
out of
hate
the
the
Japanese
shoes,
ones.
though. Those shoes are so big. Why are the shoes so big? Like, big footsies, big tootsies.
At least it's stable.
I guess the stalker, like, I just have a hard time imagining that thing moving. Like, it's like waddles, like it advances. Like, stop it! What are you doing? Like, we're attacking.
What was another that was absolutely horrendous? Ah, yeah, the rifleman, right? Where are you?
I'm not sure I
Where
want
were
to
you?
know.
Ah, the rifleman.
Oh, that one. Oh, wait, no, I remember. This is the worst. I can see the rifleman there, but I also wish I didn't. Like, I hate the head. Send me the helicopter one. Send the fucking helicopter one, but right now. Right now. Chat, you hold still. You're not getting out of this. I like
Hang
how
on,
it's
I'm
got a
gonna send you the model of the rifleman first. Now, which one was the helicopter one?
That's what the rifleman looks like. That's what the Japanese think it looks like. I mean, this is for BattleTech, the Eastern release of it, at least. BattleTech in the East. Oh, they
Here
truly
we
have
go.
a cursed edition.
Now, see, this is the mech, Kyle.
Oh, that's big. That doesn't look too bad.
This is the Japanese version.
What? They look nothing alike. What the fuck? Can't help. Okay, there's Japanese. Like, what's the helicopter thing? Like, Bubbles and I looked at this. Like, is it spin so it takes off? So it's like, like I don't even know. Like, what is that? Is that a helicopter blade? Like, what is this little penis thing for? Like, what's
It is
that
an
for?
Scout.
It like if you get rid of the helicopter thing, that would help the design. It's not the worst, but that helicopter bit, like that needs to go. Like that, just cut it off. Cut it off. Snip with little scissors, and the design will be 90% better. It's a
It's
sensor.
clearly supposed to be. Yeah, it's clearly supposed to be that, but it looks stupid.
I always thought it was like a helicopter blade, like it's like, oh, it's taking off. Oh, it's a helicopter mech. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dumb. And they look nothing alike, like at all. Like these don't look at all related, but supposedly they are.
Hang on, which was one of those really, really awful ones? I remember there was one that was absolutely horrendous. It was a Crusader, wasn't it? Crusader, come here.
Crusader. Oh, is that the big boots? These boots
Let's go
are
find
made for...
Art of the Crusader. There's Art of the Crusader.
And here's a Crusader. Chunky.
There's also a Crusader.
That's horrible. That's the one. That's the dumb one. Yeah. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at those shoes. Look at those forearm things. What is the head? It's got like wings on it with missiles. Help me, chat. Help me. Why does it look so stupid? The original one doesn't look too bad. It looks fairly plain Jane, honestly. Little punchy missile fists.
And yes, Chad is correct. That's the proper rifleman. I gave you the rifleman 3 by accident.
Chatteroodles.
I gave you the assault variant. Sorry, Kyle.
Bubbles down. That is the assault variant. Or that is the regular variant. Jesus, that thing is derp though.
The Crusader in particular is just special.
Hello, chat. You see no problem here? Then you are the problem. It's like they actively had to differentiate it from the mech they already designed. It kind of feels like that in a way. Like, it's a bit absurd, in my opinion, some of the design directions. Like, specifically with the Eastern version. The Eastern version of the BattleTech mechs, like, they're too much. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the idea of more smooth pieces. I think, like, too many of the new mechs have too many jagged edges and camel toes for footsies. There's a weird love for that. But, like, these ones aren't better. They have their own problems.
Another problem is that the art is very inconsistent.
Yes. The BattleTech IP is old. It's been around since 1984, and it has serious problems with inconsistencies. That was actually one of the things I addressed in my older BattleTech series that I wanted to do with the art you see in the background. I wanted to do a reimagining of BattleTech, but with a more consistent direction. Like, one of the plans I had on the actual design doc for it, I found it, was making the mech art unique based on the factory and manufacturer and the designer. Or, not the designer, I don't remember if it, like, a lot of mechs have that. But based on who produces the parts, I wanted mechs to be very unique. So depending on if it's produced by Draconis Combine, like, it looks like it's a Draconis mech. If it's produced in Steiner Space, it looks like a Steiner Space mech. Like, it's very unique to its location to where it's produced. I wanted to help differentiate factions that way. I also wanted to make the characters more appealing visually. I wanted them to be sexier. I wanted the dudes to be sexy looking. I wanted the chicks to be sexy looking. I wanted them to have good looking characters. Because the art just doesn't look that good to me. And I think if BattleTech had appealing looking characters, I think that would be a lot more interesting. Like with Lisha Liao there. Or our rendition of her. Like, I just wanted to do it differently.
I'm to smack titties on something. It's a lot better now.
It is. It's simple, but it works.
The thing is, when you do make a universe, you want to have the cool designs.
Cool looking characters,
want to have interesting characters. You don't want... Hang on, let me just scroll down in this book.
Here's some other art that was from the series that I just couldn't fund because I couldn't afford it. Because I can only fund the game and this at the moment. Or no. I can put some money into the art for this series, but not much.
There.
Oh, it's not going to the next piece.
Zika, you're not going to look at this and be like, that's a cool mech. You're going to look at it and be like, that looks like trash.
Hold on, Bubbles. I will put it up in a second. Here's one other character we had. Like, I had some ideas. It's a shame we never really got to the proper Rozoiskis for it. Now for Bubbles' picture. That is dumb looking. and I hate it. I wish you hadn't sent it to me.
That's a Jaeger mech.
That looks silly.
Yeah, it looks stupid, and you're not going to look at it and be like, I really want that. You're going to look at it and be like, huh? A lot of the modern art looks so much better, but yeah, it looks very samey.
It's all done by the same artist, who's a great artist, not to fault him, but they need actual different artists to portray stuff. That was actually something we had to do within our own project for Legend of Terrestria. And I can actually comment on it because I have a little bit of experience. It helps when you have other artists to do stuff. For example, Sal is our character artist, but Carlos sometimes helps with character design. So does Indio. So you get more people chipping into character design, and then sometimes even Cashew chips in. So what happens is the characters and the designs of them don't look at all that samey because they all have very unique ideas behind them. And you put a lot more effort in. It also has to do with the design and production process. I can't say too much about BattleTech because I wasn't there for it, but like a lot of it feels like it suffered from just being rushed. Like it's rushed, it's cheap, it's needs to be shipped out. I will give it to them. I will give it to them. And as a compliment, FASA and even WizKids were at least pumping stuff out. And they were pumping stuff out as fast as they could. But I think that sometimes is bad. And maybe they should take a little bit more time and put a little bit more effort into the designs, a little bit more care.
Quality over quantity.
Yes. Because I think that starts to show, especially when the further you get into BattleTech, because it really just feels like it's just quantity. Like they're just throwing stuff at the wall.
Ah, that Mech Warrior drawing is so beautiful.
Which one? The one you sent me?
The one I sent you earlier.
I closed that. I couldn't. I don't like looking at it.
You should look at it again.
Fine. I'll open it up for chat's sake. I'm not even done with the stream. I was surprised.
No, we're not.
This is so far panning out to be a very successful thing.
It certainly managed to stretch the material, or well, stretch.
We'll have to refine.
It's going.
Things. True. FASA reused art from other systems. It did. Which led to problems down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops. It did. There were a lot of issues. Honestly, I think now CGL has such a... Catalyst Games Labs has such a good opportunity to do something right with the universe, but I think they're not doing it. Like the Clan Invasion...
models?
Clan Invasion thing was good. Speaking on the model front, I just got an email from... Here, let me just pull it up. I don't think I can share it because it would dox myself. Well, it dox my... My name is actually not that hard to figure out, but like... I don't care about that. But I don't want the place where I ship stuff to be leaked. I ship it there because I know it's not going to get nicked. Yeah, they just gave me a confirmation for my second wave of Catalyst Games Lab stuff. There's actually some serious problems with printing stuff because they've ordered it from China. Bad, CGL. Bad. Make it in America. Make it in Britain. Anywhere. Literally anywhere but China. You know, now that Bubbles mentioned it, it's important to mention this. So, you guys want to try BattleTech, you want to try getting a box, you want to try getting into it. It's really kind of difficult now. The boxes, if I remember right, aren't too hard to acquire for the introductory box set. You can acquire those pretty easily. But finding, like, the other printed stuff, like the, like, more models, like different lances to buy, they're out of stock on everything right now. Like, everything's out. The only place you can pick up anything right now is from Iron Wind Metals, which do a decent job at printing metal, or printing. I keep saying printing. Making little model miniatures, like this one here that Bubble sent me. This is one of their model metal miniatures. It's actually really good, surprisingly.
The downside is they're made out of pewter.
Yes, which means they can bend.
And scratch easily.
You gotta be a little bit careful. That's the one downside. The other problem with them is, well, I'm not gonna try to be mean to Iron Wind Metals. They're a bit expensive. Like a single mech is like $20, and for a lance that's like $80. Like that racks up very quickly. Granted, you can still get some vehicles and stuff, and there's other places that sell alternatives, third-party pieces and things. But like, it's one of those things where it's like it kind of sucks because like when we were doing this video, we did research on it, right? Before our stream to see like, okay, how can you guys get into BattleTech? We have some stuff for you to actually take a look at if you're interested and you want to try getting into it. But finding stuff is a nightmare. Like they're really out of stock on a lot of things, and it kind of sucks. You can find stuff that are being resold on different websites, but that's about it. And it's kind of more expensive, and it's really not worth it. Now, I will say this because I own it already. The introductory box set is super cheap, $20. It's sold at basically its production cost. They don't really make a profit of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to test the waters for the physical tabletop and just get a feel for it. The next what?
There's also a UK store that
Oh,
sells models.
you want to link it? They're the older models from the
Yes. The
previous
thing is,
BattleTech.
they are old models.
Yes. One of my original BattleTech box sets is pretty old. It's see if I can find it on Amazon, because that's where I found, that's the only place I found that was selling it. BattleTech box set.
Pretty sure that most of these are also pewter.
Those are Peter too? I thought that was plastic.
I think it's a mix. But a lot of them are, I'm pretty sure. I would imagine they resell a lot of Iron Winds models, but I think they also have some plastic ones. Yeah, sadly getting resin models is very difficult.
Yes, we did do research. Their website is horrendous.
Oh god.
It needs to be talked about, okay? Like, Catalyst Games Labs, like, I'm sorry. Your website is so bad. It's actually embarrassing. It's embarrassing to talk about. Like, I'm embarrassed to even bring it up, honestly. Where did that tab go, chat? I'd forget. I minimized it over on that screen, but it just
Aries Games and Miniatures also sell stuff. Unsurprisingly,
chat.
well, the resin stuff out of stock.
My Twitch chat also disintegrated. Hold on, Twitch. I'll bring you back. Yeah. I can find 3D printed files for most stuff. Yeah, you can, but the thing is, when we want to kind of talk about BattleTech, I kind of wanted to promote the official places first and then talk about third party. But the thing is, there's nothing to talk about official right now.
It's like, even if you want to buy stuff, it's either 10 models or nothing. Like, that's what you can get for official.
Either website sucks a bit.
You can buy all the books though. Huh?
Like, buying stuff from their website is an actual fucking nightmare. Like, they don't want you to buy their stuff. Okay, this is their website. Like, God help me, chat. What is this? What? Okay, and the worst part is like, oh, okay, those things are sold out. But if I click on this, like, they're not even showing that. It's just like, it's not good. It's actually bad. Like,
it's not even like we'll have something in stock then and then. No, it's just like out of stock. Fuck off.
finding the source books is also equally difficult while searching for them. Some of them aren't even categorized correctly.
Use something like Sarna to find all the books and then
Yes.
search for them. That's a better way to go about it, I think.
Sarna's wiki.
Because you have a search function.
Yeah, Sarna's wiki's not that bad. It misses some things, but by and large, it's actually not that bad. Like, I've actually grown to like it over the years because it's actually helped me find books. So if you're not familiar, I'll open it up. Sarna is the wiki of the BattleTech universe. I'll pull it up. This is the wiki. Use this to find books. Like, if you wanted to, like, you know, I don't know, like, Kirtan, you could scroll down to the sources. If I remember right there, to boot him. references. And here's references. And use this section to find the books and where to acquire them. You can find them on Tabletop RPG to acquire. You can find them. I bought my PDFs off CGL. Drive Through RPG has a lot of them. Yep. Thank you for mentioning it, Quattro. I didn't want to forget that. Yeah, Drive Through RPG is the name of another book site that you can actually purchase books from. I got the ones that Catalyst Games Labs didn't have from there. That's how I was able to pick those up. But yeah, here you can find these books, and they're, actually pretty fun to read. The Draconis Combine house book is pretty good. If you're curious, you can also join the Discord server, and in the BattleTech chat, I'll post screen caps of what the cover art looks like to help narrow it down. Because there is older books from the thing, because it's been around since 1984, It's been around. But yeah. And the source books are actually fun to read. Like, they're the big timelines events, like the Liberation of Terrace, the two-parter. It's kind of like, basically, imagine the Vrax series. BattleTech's timeline series is basically just that, but one big, giant, amazing timeline series of source books, which is really fun to read through. Until you get to the cringe. Then it stops being fun.
Alright, hold up. For anyone who has children, the...
Oh, please. Bubs, what are you doing?
Activity book is available.
The what?
I can find it through all these billion tabs I've open. God damn it, where is it? Let's see here. BattleTech activity book.
Post it. I don't recognize this book, and I think it might be for a good reason. Activity book.
Uh-huh.
Join the clans and all their friends on their fun-filled... What? Their fun-filled adventures against the great houses of the Inner Sphere. Mech warriors of all ages can take command. Each page features mechs to color, puzzles, mazes, games, cutting activities, and things to make and do. Your favorite mechs and characters are featured in other great... BattleTech's not really a kid thing. Like, even as a little kid, I was like,
it is now.
This is kind of gritty. Like, this is kind of bloody.
No. If you want your kid to get into BattleTech, you can give him, some of the
book,
coloring stuff and be like, here, play. Look, giant robots.
Wow, beep boop. I mean, I don't, it's just a color. It's not like it's Warhammer's stupid.
I mean, they're not going to be coloring any children's hospital being bombed.
They should, though. That'd be hilarious.
I imagine it's just fun-filled clan adventures.
This I doubt. This I doubt very much. This is silly Bubs, and I don't know why you sent this to me, and now I'm sad.
Of course. It's a way for people to get their children to BattleTech. There you go. You're welcome.
You could just play the tabletop. So the next thing we need to segue our
I'm
way
sure a
into...
7-year-old will love the tabletop.
Honestly, I don't... You know what? We can mention the houses. We've talked about the houses, but we've never talked about them. So Draconis Combine, Weeps, Japanese. That's their thing. The Yakuza's even a thing.
Yes.
That's a criminal organization that plagues the Draconis Combine. They are very much set in tradition. They very much honor the Bushido Code, and that's kind of their aesthetic. They love the Dragon Mech, even though it's fucking garbage. It's better in tabletop than it is in the video game adaptations. Because in the video game adaptations, they don't really do melee very well.
It's cheap and durable.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Very much so, Little Billows.
It's the AK-47 of mechs.
It is. For the Draconis, it kind of is. They just pump them out and they just sort of send little weeaboos in them to die.
Mm-hmm. And they have numbers. Not quality, but they have numbers.
They do. They do have numbers. You forgot to mention the amazing Death to All Mercenaries order given by Takashi Kurita during 30/28/29. I mean, there's tons of stuff we haven't mentioned.
Yes, there's a lot.
We'll get into that stuff in a more specific thing, because we're gonna have to do, Reese, is we're gonna have to make dedicated things on specific subjects. Like the Age of War will be its own dedicated stream. It might actually be multiple streams. I don't know. The Age of War is going to be what we do next. After this is the next plan. It's actually a bit of a smaller read than this, so it actually will be much more focused reading as well as thing. But it'll dive into that. Or, I don't know, maybe we'll do the Starleague source book and talk about World War III and how it's just like it happened and then it's over.
It's not important.
It really isn't, other than the fact that it happened. That's about it. What's the difference between a house and a clan? Well, the great houses are giant interstellar I said like twice. Interstellar empires. Clans don't really have that massive of a territory, even when they invade, but they're also structured very differently internally. The clans operate on a very, I forget what the actual system's called. The structure, like it's a clan system, but like it's the word slipping my tongue. I said it earlier in the stream. Society that values, not values, caste-like system, which is kind of similar to the Draconis Combine in some areas. Like they share some similarities, but it's very hyper-specific. They also focus on cloning, eugenics, things like that. Well, the Great Houses don't really do stuff like that at all. They also have a very different value system and goal, depending on what clan it is. Because clans have their own goals, and generally most clans don't really want to become the first lord of the Star League. Like, the Crusader clans are kind of close to that same goal. They kind of want to restore sort of a new sort of Star League, but under their guidance. So they don't really want to become First Lord and restore the old Star League with the same systems. They kind of want to dissolve the houses, more or less. If I remember right, their specific goal is actually to dissolve the houses, because they think the houses were the plague that brought down the Star League to begin with. They would basically divide up the houses into various clans. Clan territory. If I recall correctly what their plan was. It's been a while since I've read the Blood of Kerensky trilogy. I do remember them actually talking about that a little bit there. Houses are their own flavor, weirdos, kinda. I mean, they do have their own flavors, like the Draconis Combine. The next one is the Federated Sons, often insulted by other players as the Goody Two-Shoes. They're more or less the they kind of are, in a way, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, because they champion like democracy and freedom and liberties and stuff like that. They're still a dynastic house with feudal monarchy and stuff like that. Like, they have all the power, but they actually believe in a lot of personal freedoms. And in the Federated Sons, their citizens endure or have much more personal liberties than they do in any other house. And they have some of the best military troops, if I remember right. They're very professional soldiers, or soldiery, if I remember right.
Yes.
Which is pretty good. They're pretty solid. They're also just a pretty iconic and classic house to pick. They're very good for beginners, in my opinion. Just tipping their toes in. There's the Capellan Confederation, which they don't have a lot of fans. They really don't.
They really don't. And they get shafted all the time.
They kind of get shafted in a lot of the wars. They're also one of like the sort of like the underdog house, second only to the Free Razalhog Republic, which I didn't actually make a picture for because we'll talk about them. They're pretty simple.
They're minor.
They don't even exist for very long. So if you wanted to play as them, you'd have to play in a very specific era, and you'd have to understand that their role in the sphere is minor power.
Yes. The Capellans are Chinese.
They are. They're very much Chinese. They're, I don't know. For me, they're not particularly interesting. Like, they have some interesting characters in the Age of War, like Li Liao and a few others that help do some pretty interesting stuff. But they kind of, like, after the Star League falls, kind of just get shat on, like, really bad.
They're very much into national pride.
Yes. They're very prideful. They actually have very fanatical warriors. They're pretty zealous.
Mm.
A lot of weird cults also originate from them. If you ever read the other books, the ones that talk about cults, a lot of them are like around their area, which is kind of not too surprising because they're kind of mystics in a way. The next one that we'll gloss over, because we are glossing over these, because they'll, like, honestly, they're going to get their own dedicated streams anyways, because these things are massive. Like, they have their own economies, they have their own technology, they have their own things. I know some people saying, like, you missed that. No, we missed a lot more than that. We're not here to talk about every little thing yet, but we will. The Free Worlds League, they have a cool flag. I like the Earth flag. Well, I guess it's symbol. I kind of like it. It's like a cool bird, you know. It's purple. The Free Worlds League is kind of like America and Yugoslavia in my mind. Like, it's always been that way. They suffer from a lot of civil wars.
They're extremely individualistic.
They are. They're like they're kind of similar to the Federated Suns, but when it comes to their planets, like the planets have a lot of autonomy in the Free Worlds League by comparison, if I remember right.
They do.
So a lot of the worlds
And
have
their military also does.
Their military is kind of, because it's basically just like it's kind of like the Austro-Hungarian military. It reminds me of that. Like, it has the same kind of crippling problems.
It does, but they're also given a lot of freedoms in the military compared to the other houses.
Yes, that is true. It's also one of the reasons why a lot of people also like the Free Worlds League over House Davion. They're a little bit more independent. Like, House Davion's kind of like more like the English, like sort of view of democracy. This is much more Americanized, but it still has like this sort of Yugoslavia bloat problem. And it does suffer from some serious internal war and corruption issues. Clan Purple Blurb. No, it's not a burb. It's not clan. It's House Purple Blurb.
It's clan now.
The next house is House Steiner. Who doesn't like Steiner?
Oh boy.
Steiner's special. Steiner is... they just like Big Macs. And they are...
Steiner is like, we like money and outdated military structure.
Their military organization is bloated. And...
your great-grandfather was a general. Well, that means you should be a general.
Yep. Nepotism has led to many problems. The infamous and most famous of all was the... when one of their generals is like, yes, we will attack this facility. All right, we're going to...
Right back.
All right, no problem. We're going to attack it from orbit with atlases. So we're going to deploy them from orbit. Like, but boss, they're not rated for orbital re-entry. It's like, well, minor trivial concerns for the peasants. Send them out. And like they did. And they fell to the planet. And then they flopped into the side of it. It was a strategy. And that is like what Bubble said earlier. It's the nepotism, where these leaders aren't really good leaders, and they don't really ascend through the ranks through proper merits, like the peer system. They mostly ascend through nepotism. It actually emphasizes the problem with the peer list that Cameron introduced, because here you can see that their great-grandfather, or their great-ancestor, was a great general. So therefore, they must obviously be a great general, and therefore they don't need any training. You know? Because it's hereditary. Not quite how that panned out. It's raining atlases, guys. I mean, I'm sure that could be dangerous. A giant atlas falling from orbit could potentially kill a lot of people or do some serious damage, depending on where it landed. So it's not like it's a completely pointless strategy. As for a bombardment of a planet, I'm just saying that maybe they could have used some different weapons for a proper orbital bombardment than... He technically gets around the Aries Convention because it's not really bombarding the planet. It's an orbital assault. You know, we're just attacking it, you know, through the convention by just deploying troops from orbit. Steiner needs to surrender all their big titty women to the Draconis Combine. Yes, yes. Calm down there, boy. I'm actually playing a Steiner loyalist playthrough on my Rogue Tech, says Sergeant Stoner. You little big titty waifu, you. Steiner's a great house. They're funny. They're silly. They're dogmatic, old, and stuck in their corrupt little money-grubbing ways. What's not to like? Did we miss house? We definitely did. Draconis, Federated Suns, the Owl, Free Worlds League, Steiner. Oh, Free Razzlehog Republic, that's right. I was like, whoa. Like, we totally missed one. We'll wait for Bubbles to get back, so I'll answer some stuff. I don't want to go too far without him. It'd be rude. Absolutely rude. They're as handicapped as the clanners. Wow. Damn. But this house is run by a woman. Still hot, in my opinion. Damn. They dumped Atlases from orbit. Okay. Look, they had to do it. Seth, you don't understand. It was a strategic... It was... The enemy didn't see it coming. Great planning. Much big thinkies. Yes, yes. They invented, by mistake, orbital kinetic bombardment. I mean, it's an invention to say I have under my belt. Like, yes, I've invented orbital bombardment. Oh, really? How did you do that, Lyran Commonwealth dog? It's like, look into the skies, you filthy draconish bastard. And looks up, sees Atlas falling. Oh no, plaps into the ground. That pilot is dead, by the way. I have a hard time imagining what was going through the pilot's like head as they get into the mech and like, all right, you're deploying on this pilot. Like, yes, sir, yes, sir. And like, all right, we're deploying you guys, like, ready for action, sir. And then they just like plop them out of the side of the ship and then like slowly descending into the planet's gravity well. I'm like, I think I took the wrong career. I think this was a mistake. Or do you think they went down and going like, yes, we'll totally catch them by surprise. Eject before ground fall. I mean, I don't know. I don't think an Atlas is rated for re-entry. They might have just burned up in the atmosphere. Or like burned to death. I don't know. I have no idea. That's as dumb as a bonsai charge with the shitty mechs towards the blackjack gun line. That's not as dumb as that. That's even more worthless. Like, at least that has a potential of victory. You're dropping a mech, assault mech, from orbit that isn't rated for re-entry. It's just gonna plap into the side of the planet. It's not even like... It doesn't even have, like, 1% chance to survive. It's just, it's dead. Like, it's going, and it's descending, and then plap. It's dead. It plapped into the side of the planet. There's a little face-planted splat mark. And that's all that there is. Yeah. Calm down, Reese. I'm not gonna go through the little nitty-gritty stuff. That's kind of cringe. Stop. We'll do that when we get to it. And I can't talk about that now, because we gotta save that for later. You guys got to realize I'm milking this content out, like, for the dedicated stuff. If I told you everything that we knew, possibly, like, then we're gonna get to the Age of War, and you're gonna be like, I've already heard it. It's like, okay. Nobody wants to watch it. That's why this is a general outline series, or outline stream, which has been received extraordinarily well, which means that there probably will be more in the future, to be honest. Hey, knowing the Atlas, the superstructure could survive. Yeah, sure, that would survive. Maybe. No, it wouldn't. No, not from that height. Not at the rate at which that's falling. That's gone. That's just gone. That hits the ground and it's splatted. Like, the superstructure ain't gonna survive that. Like, I don't care how well... Like, its arms are snapping off. Something is really broken on that. Like, that thing is... Like, the superstructure is gonna be cracked. Like, no way. No way. That and we'd be here till Christmas. Yes. If we went through every little micro detail, we'll be here forever. That's why I've stated multiple times that we're kind of glossing over stuff in this particular stream. Though the next one we will not be. We will be more focused on a specific subject. Because the next one I want to do is on the Age of War. Where we talk about the Age of War and basically maybe the build up to it, because it's honestly like not that much with the illegal ice trade and the Terran Alliance. That's actually pretty simple, honestly. I think we could do that. An Atlas-shaped crater. Oh my god. Wait, these people can do asteroid mining? Do they drop tungsten rods on planets as orbital vectors? Don't look at me. I don't think they do that. I don't remember if they do that, actually. Alfred Pepper says, Atlas legs are sticking out of the ground. Oh my god, just imagine that happens on a world where they're very illiterate, so they don't even know what happened. And they just see like two metal legs sticking out. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. Like, what do you say? You don't even know about mechs existing. Like, you're like, what? Why is that there? Why?
Ugh, find stick. Ugh, now biggest warlord.
Ugh, now biggest one. Ugh, now sit atop big stick. We just got done talking about the Atlas as being orbitally dropped from orbit. Orbitally dropped from orbit. Being dropped from orbit. Because of the Lyran Commonwealth's great command structure.
Yes, they are pretty brilliant in that way.
Like, yes, my brilliant strategy will be to surprise the enemy from the orbit. But sir, they have orbital defenses. Simple, my dear friend. We drop them from orbit. They can't shoot down our dropships if our dropships aren't in range. And he's like, yes, brilliant idea.
Can't shoot down the dropships if you don't use dropships.
No, little Atlases, run.
There are mechs who can do low orbit insertions.
Like LAMs and stuff, but like...
Pretty sure the Atlas can't.
I'm 90% certain the Atlas, even like chat's like, well, maybe the superstructure will survive. Like the pilot's dead for sure. Like, and I'm pretty sure the superstructure is going to be cracked and broken in several locations.
Mm-hmm.
Atlases are
the
tough, but they're not
structure
that
of a
tough.
mech is honeycombed.
Yes, like it's gonna like its arms are broken, its legs are broken. Like sure, you could maybe salvage like the metal. But I'm pretty sure most components and equipment will be broken from the impact alone. I don't think anything's designed to smack into a planet like that, at that speed. Nor do I know if the Atlas is rated for orbital re-entry. Like, I'm pretty sure it
Probably
wasn't
isn't.
designed for that. Did you actually mention lambs? I just did. What are you gonna do about it? Does it cry?
Now, on the other side, at least Steiner can afford to drop Atlases like that.
They can. They can afford to be stupid because they have so much fucking money, and they also have access to the heavy factories. The heavy automated factories. Which, by the way, chat, most of the mech production, most production of many advanced pieces of technology are run by automated factories. That they don't know how. All they know is like, factory, eat resource, put resource in factory. It's spit out thing. Yay. Yeah.
Free stuff.
Because a lot of those automated factories are rigged to self-destruct or, you know, basically turn off if they get messed with. LIMs are overhyped. Come to me, WoB fanboys. What? Boy, we're not talking about that era. Stop it.
That era doesn't exist.
I was just mentioning that LAMs have existed in the Star League era. LAM Atlas would have worked for the assault. I don't think so. Do not mess with the GM factory. That's one thing this universe has wrong. GM in their minds continued as a company. Like our corporation GM died ages ago.
Well, no.
It was bailed out and it got renamed.
Bailed out and sold off all its worthwhile assets to General Motors.
Itself.
What better way to big brain it than to sell General Motors as a trademark and name the new company General Motors? That way, all your liabilities are in the shitty company.
Very much so. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about faction-wise that kind of matters is MRBC, Mercenary Rating Board. Or specifically, Mercenary Factions. MRBC, I believe, is run by Comstar. Which is why they have all the intel and all the mercenary outfits.
See, Mercenary Review and Bonding Commission.
Oh, I gotta take a sip.
That was created in 3052. Comstar's Mercenary Review Board that ran from 2789 to 3052.
The Chad version. The Chad version.
Formed by Jerome Blake.
Mm-hmm. Mercenary outfits. Now, we're not going to talk about any specific ones because they all deserve their own fucking videos, but we'll make honorable mentions like Wolf Dragoons. Oh my god, their name just slipped me. They're Highlanders. They're not just called the Highlanders. You know what? Maybe we'll skip the honorable mentions. No luck today. Oh, my brain no worky. Hellhounds.
Northwind Highlanders. That was
Northwind Highlanders. Thank you. I was like, I know there's another part of their name. But these mercenary and the Grey's Death Legion honestly definitely deserves a shout out because they're the one that found the Helm Memory Core, which helped the technological renaissance happen. The Helm Memory Core is, by the way, in BattleTech, if you're familiar with Warhammer, or like STCs. If you're not familiar with that, like Star Wars, they're like holocrons. If you're not familiar with that, imagine a computer that has a lot of information on it about stuff they forgot how to make. That's what that is. Imagine you just left your thumb drive with your I don't know, college work on it or whatever, and you rediscover it. It's like, there it is, knowledge and power. That's
Actually,
what
imagine your dog ate your homework,
and then you cut it
but
open.
it turns out your dog didn't eat your homework. There you go.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of, yeah. Very
Perfect analogy.
Very loose, but yes, there's a lot. And yeah, no, the Redone light horses, like, honestly, a lot. There's so many mercenary outfits in this universe. There's a lot of them, and they're all of varying sizes. Some are Crescent Hawks. I have to point out that one because that one definitely reminds me of the video game that I never played, but I have heard of thousands of times. Like an Archive Wikipedia on a flash drive, sort of. If that gets you the picture, that gets you the picture. But yeah, Grey's Death Legion is one that found the Helm Memory Core, and we're like, oh crap, Comstar is mad. Comstar, I hate you. And so what did they do? They like broadcast it to everyone, like, everybody has it. Please don't go away. Leave me alone. And if I remember right, Comstar was mad about that. I think something happened to their planet. Something bad. I believe they were gifted
Must
a
have been an
world
accident.
by Davion. The Grey's Death Legion is one of the large mercenary armies that was even gifted their own planet.
Can't forget Nyx Cavaliers either.
Mm-hmm. But yes, one of the cool aspects about these things in this universe, in my opinion, is this is where the roleplay side of the universe comes into play, and the video games. Like, this is the more interesting, like, RP aspect of the IP, where you can play as a mercenary band or something like that and work for the various houses. Not to say that you couldn't be part of, like, one of the great house legions, but, like, it's also equally interesting to be a mercenary because you can do a lot of exploratory work in the periphery, work in, the inner sphere, and like high value contracts and stuff like that. It's interesting. You get to see a lot of this inner sphere and politics like that. And that's what I like about the mercenaries. That's why I think they make the best video games, and I think it's the best template for a role play. Because there's so much to do with it. It's at its center of action, as well as also has the freedom to explore, Not a lot of video games capitalize on that, though.
No, they really don't. But it's also difficult.
Yes. HBS's BattleTech with mods actually can pull off the mercenary front quite interestingly. MechWarrior 5 is very, it's very hit or miss. Like, it's lacking in a lot of ways.
It's lacking in just about every way.
Yep. Oh yeah, I suppose we didn't mention those dudes. I guess we should. Major periphery states.
I mean, I guess they are a thing.
They are. They're not. You don't really need to know about these factions outright. I'll just summarize them, like the two. I'll just summarize a couple. We're not going to go through all of them because there's a couple of them. There's not actually that many. The Magistracy of Canopus is important to know because they can make cat girls. Also, they're a bastion of technology as far as the periphery kingdoms go. They're actually fairly advanced, which is a stark contrast compared to some of the other ones, like oh god, the Oberon Confederation, like, we's barbarians. The Taurian Concordat, their national sport is paintball. They value individual liberties, which you'd think would actually make them like, oh yes, them and the Federated Suns get along. Nope. Because Intersphere powers look at the periphery nations as like backward savages.
The inner sphere looks at the peripheries like the clowns look at the inner sphere.
Pretty much. It's kind of funny. The Marian hegemony, that one's good. They're literally LARPing as space remans. That's the best one. Like, we's Romans. And it's like, okay. We built Roman temples and Roman buildings. Yes, the Marian hegemony is Irishmen who are RPing as the Roman Empire. They're kind of special.
Or Canopus.
Why? Why do you say poor Canopus?
All they wanted was to be like, we can read.
We can read. They can. They get bullied a little bit by the great houses, though.
But at least they can read, unlike the great houses.
They actually have a pretty good spy network. That's one of the reasons why they've been able to stay alive for a bit. Turing and Quartet are stubborn little shits, and they don't want to die. Like, we want independence. No, don't eat us. The Outworlds Alliance, they exist. Honestly, I always forget what the Outworlds Alliance is, because I get them mixed up. Alright, let's refreshen my memory a little bit. Outworlds Alliance is right next to the Draconis Combine and the Federated Suns. Let's see. Yeah, their crest is weird. It's like a star with like little things licking around it, like Starburst crest is what it's called. Okay, that's a name. That is a name. I don't know. That was nice. Like, I'm more like, it's more interesting to talk about Tortuga. Tortuga's like, we use pirates. They're so silly. Trojans have made paranoia into a virtue, and the nuclear option isn't optional. Well, yeah, they're kind of paranoid. A little bit. Just a smidge. I think there was also Space India. There was, they don't exist anymore. They pitter-pattered out a couple times. I think they came back a couple times, but they pitter-pattered out. Just like Razzlehawk, like, they had their independence for a bit, and they got knobbed. Like, the Great Houses just sort of absorbed them. They still have a little bit of their identity, but they're, like, a part of these houses. But yes, now we'll move on to the next thingy. The video games. Now, we talked about the HBS BattleTech game. We talked about MechWarrior 5. I'll talk about the MechWarrior series. Like, 1 through 4, they're games. You can acquire them. They're not too hard to pick up. They're also on abandonware.
They're also old.
They're old. They're going to be a bit of a pain to get to work. The Mech Commander series is the same thing. That's the RTS. There's the Crescent Hunt games, which is for DOS. There's the Mech Assault games for the Xbox original. Those are more action-y. Those aren't very good narratives, but they're games. I mean, I'm specifically referring to Mech Assault. It was okay. It was alright for what it was. As far as fan stuff, MechWarrior Living Legends is one of the most notorious or famous, or as if they committed a war crime or something. Probably. They make a thing that's called MechWarrior Living Legends. They're working on a second one right now. But the original one runs on the Cry engine, I think, for the Crisis Wars, and it's pretty fun from everything I've heard about it. I tried playing it a couple times, but like, this thing would not work for me. So I just said I gave up. But it's basically a PvP game in which two teams fight each other. They infantry spawn in battle armor, and then you can buy tanks, you can buy helicopters, planes, you can buy mechs, and it's cool because it actually captures combined arms. Not many of the BattleTech IPs here capture combined arms well. MechWarrior 5 has tanks and helicopters in them, but it doesn't really do much with them. BattleTech HBS's BattleTech doesn't do much with them without mods. Mods help that. The other games don't really do much with it, and it's kind of cursed. Because the combined arms is always lacking. It's never really captured in the video games very well. Crescent Hawk's Inception is old. Yes, it is. That's why I would not recommend it. To pick that up and play it now would just be pain in my mind.
Don't worry. There's always MechWarrior Online.
Oh god, I didn't even put that in here because I didn't want to talk about it. MechWarrior Online does exist, but it's not a game that you should play. It's pretty bad. Like, the state of the video games isn't very good. It's kind of in the same situation. Well, it's a bit in the same situation that the Warhammer video game licenses are. Like, they're just not very competent. The fan one's actually not too bad. HBS's BattleTech with mods okay. MechWarrior 5 is moderately amusing with mods. But, like, it cannot stand on its own. And I can't end this without talking about the cartoon. There's a cartoon that's available. You can find it on YouTube if you Google it. It's awful. It's terrible.
You should watch it.
It's from that era. It's from the bad era. Bubbles needs to watch it, though.
No, I don't. Chat needs to watch it. I don't.
Mm-hmm. Now, we did mention how to play physical tabletop a little bit. The next thing to mention is digital tabletop, right? So there's two ways you can do it that I found from just researching. I've done Tabletop Simulator, and it can work in that. There's a lot of assets there to play with. So Tabletop Sim is an option, and there's other software that's also free. It's called MegaMech. That one I hear is pretty good. Never tried it myself, though, so I can't say much for it, but you should definitely check it out.
I always hear it mentioned when people talk about it.
Apparently, it's really good for, like, handling the dice rolls. I know Smashin wants to do an RP with us, and we're going to do it in the BattleTech universe. If we have time for it. If things can pan out that way, it'd be great. But, like, one of my suggestions was to use the MegaMech system because apparently it has it's better at just dealing with all the calculation stuff. You don't have to do as much of the derpy things. And it's also worth mentioning, the cool thing about the BattleTech rule set is it's very modular, and so one thing about getting into it, just you can start with the rules, the simple rules, and just keep adding them as you play it. So it's actually fairly easy to learn. I would recommend reading the rule book when learning, even if your friend claims to know the lore, or the rules. Just do the rule book. Trust me, it'll save you some headache. We had some troubles ourselves. Somebody's like, I know the rules, and it's like, okay, and I was like, oh my god, like, I'm just more confused. Just do the introductory rules, and then just build on it and add it to it. The cool thing about the tabletop game, again to mention, is the tabletop game actually ties directly into the pen and paper, which ties into every other system. Like, it's a pretty actually well-designed thing. Like, the tabletop war game ties into the RP ties into the galactic scale war game thing, strategic and tactical operations and space battles. Like, it's insane. You can do space battles, you can do ground battles, you can fight inside buildings, you can fight inside mechs, you can fight in space in a mech. Like, you can kind of do all sorts of stuff because the system's pretty actually diverse when it comes to its rule sets and what you can choose from. So that is actually really remarkable, and it's really well done. I'd urge you guys to check out the rule sets if you're interested, especially if you like role playing. There's a new RP book in the works called MechWarrior Destiny. I have access to the beta. I have never looked at it, though, because I kickstarted, because I was just going to wait till it was done. I have no idea. I can't attest to it in the slightest because I've never looked at it. I just have it. It automates all the rules. He's referring to MegaMech, by the way. It automates all of the roles for you, which makes it easy to introduce people, as all you need to do is think about is the decisions. That is nice because sometimes the roles and numbers can be a bit abrasive, especially with BattleTech when there's like special rules for like running on concrete when it's raining, for slipping if you stop, or just running in general. There's rules for when smoke rises and how that affects like everything else.
The problem is, then you're like, I'm gonna run on concrete. I don't know the rules. The game just does it for me. Why did I fall?
Fails pilot check. Unconscious. Oh.
That's a bit of a problem when something just does everything for you.
True.
You need to learn the rules to actually make informed decisions.
It might be better to start with Tabletop Sim, because once I think you know the rules, then MegaMech could easily be really useful, because then you can
You could do MegaMech if you just use the book.
Just explain what's happening.
Just don't let it just do everything for you.
MegaMech will warn you if you need to take piloting checks. That's actually pretty good. I take it has a really good tooltip system then. That's pretty competent. Maybe I'll have to look at that one day. I looked at some pictures of it, and the art for it was so bad, I was like, eee. But sometimes, you know, it's not about the art, it's about the quality of the product. And I've heard nothing but good things about Mega Mech. It's all about the underwater basket, weaving mech rules, wrestling with stubs. Oh my god. I've read a little bit of that. I just like, yes, one mech underwater like grabs a sub and uses it to club another mech. Like the people in the sub are like, they're being killed. It's terrible, Bubs.
It is terrible. Water resistance doesn't exist. There's no drag.
To be fair, I don't think that would work very well. Considering that subs are pretty big, and I don't think they can just grab them. I know there's rules for like grabbing tanks and like flipping them. Poor tank jockeys left inside. Like, Let's see. For book series, honestly, the Blood of Kerensky trilogy, which is actually in the main series, is actually not a bad start. Starts off right with the clan invasions, kind of cool. Was it Destiny isn't bad. Grey's Death Legion is also a good starting point from what I hear. If chat has any recommendations for people for a good books series to start with, feel free to type it in there so people can see it. Type your favorite BattleTech book so they can see what you think would be a good starting point. I always heard from people that Grey's Death Legion is a good point. My introduction was the Blood of Kerensky trilogy. Can't read. That was really cool because I got to see the drama play out between Theodore, Karita, Hans Davion, all that stuff during the, the clan invasions, which was kind of cool.
That's always Far Country.
No. The BattleTech universe is one of those universes that technically has aliens in lore that aren't really sentient, but also has aliens that are sentient because that book is canon, but it's against their policy for any author to ever address it again. Terrible. I've never even read it. I've heard a passage from it, and I just didn't like it. Or I don't think it. No, I don't own it. I hope not. No, I remember the cover art. I would definitely know. It's like a derpy chicken with a stick. This isn't a Thunder Rift. It's the start of the Grey Death Legion saga. Wolves on the Border is alright, says Badland Outrider. Point Man says Far Country is pretty good.
Yeah,
he's gonna read very loudly. What factions is great for combined arms? Asked Shiny Face. Technically, they all have combined arms. None of the factions are specifically devoid of tanks or infantry. Like, the clans have tanks and infantry and aerospace. You can't fight a war without these things.
Worlds League would probably be... If you really want to go, that would probably be the most thematically accurate, at least.
They have less mech factories, so a Free Worlds League army would have a lot more tanks and infantry. Grey's Death Legion, I believe in the books, I heard somebody tell me that there was a particular event in one of the battles where most of the mechs they killed were just using Grey Death Legion's infantry and tanks. That was pretty hard in combined arms, yes, considering their situation. But is that really where they want to go? I mean, look, you'll get Lisha Liao. It's not. It can't all be bad, chat. Watch as if I click that, it'll move.
Clearly look at her actual artwork.
Yeah, just embrace the fact that that's not what she looks like, okay?
Alicia's beautiful.
I closed it. I wanted to open that up again. Microsoft presentation thingy. PowerPoint is stupid. Oh, how do you go? Oh, it is full screen. It just defaulted to the other display again. God damn it, you stupid son of a bitch. And then it had the audacity to minimize. See, this stuff, like Windows 10, or just new Microsoft apps, I hate. How agitating. There. better. That's the book I just mentioned. I know. I was reading what you guys are writing. You little munchkin. He's like, what? I want to say Iridani light horses fed RCT units, some of the clans, etc. Also, if you haven't already, be sure to check out our Discord. We have a dedicated BattleTech section under the, was it? Tab. I forget. Topics. Where people post BattleTech stuff. And some people share the models they paint under scribbles. So if you're looking for that kind of stuff, you want to meet up with other people there, we have a nice community. A very healthy one, too. Be sure to follow the rules. Discord link is in the description for that. I figured I'd make mention of that in case somebody's looking for more stuff, because Harmon's in there. He's pretty frequent. He's a pretty active member on our Discord. He's always chiming in, talking about BattleTech. He's actually pretty knowledgeable. Good lad. Good job, Harmon. Head pats for you. So, yes, my bald spot grows bigger. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, let's see. Now that we've mentioned that, if you're looking for other content creators, I tried to do a little bit of research on other content creators that do BattleTech, just so I could, point them out, because, somebody might be interested in trying to find out more about BattleTech. There are a fair few, though they do very different style of content. So I'm only going to mention, like, the biggins. They're all, not to say the other ones aren't good or anything, it's just I didn't get enough time to do proper research on them. So we'll just mention two big ones that I know about that sort of do BattleTech. Sort of, because of one specifically, and the other one does it more so. Obviously, you already know what I'm going to say. Black Pants Legion. Yep, before I even said it. Somebody already typed it. Yep. He does lore. There's another person who does some BattleTech stuff that's a big YouTuber. Razorfist has done some audiobooks. And after that, like, I saw Fritz. What was his name? Fritz Wargaming? Like, he does tabletop stuff. Some battle reports. Baradrul, he does like Let's Plays, and No Guts, No Galaxy does some lore, if I remember right. And Critical Rocket does some lore, if I remember right. If I recall correctly. Critical Rocket. Yes, I think it's Critical Rocket. These guys also do videos and stuff.
Allegedly.
And they do. And it seems like a pretty tight-knit community. Well, maybe no. I don't even know if they actually talk to each other. It's a very small community. It's a very tiny little baby one. It's like, wiggle, wiggle. Now, it's also important to mention one of the other things I actually missed as far as content creators that's actually, in my opinion, one of the best. And I can't believe I actually friggin' missed him. Like, Timothy Seal is a composer that makes music. He makes fan music for the BattleTech universe and sort of like improves some of the older music for the older games, because the older games didn't age very well in terms of audio. And you should check him out. Timothy Seal. Very good. Renegade HPG does a BT podcast, says Let's a Salty Pretzel. Yes. There's a few that I definitely haven't heard of, like that one. Feel free to type them in the chat, and feel free to type them in the comments if you are a content creator. Just say you are in the comments, because I'm sure some people will see it, and I'll try to pin you so that people can find you. But I think it's important for people to be able to navigate to certain channels. It'd be nice to have a big directory at the end.
Small channels, it can be hard to find.
Yes, you can be. But I'm a content creator, and then, like, don't post link to your video, because we banned that. People will just be able to click on your name, and they'll be able to follow that. They'll be able to click that and follow you back home. Stalk you. And touch you. And make weird touchy sounds against your skin. Razor talks about BattleTech on his live stream. He does. He talks about it quite a bit, but it's a bit intermittent. And he also does a little bit of politics, which I know can be a bit divisive, but even regardless of your political opinions, his BattleTech stuff that I have seen is actually pretty decent. I have yet to listen to his audiobooks that he's done for BattleTech, or his audio readings, I should say. But I've heard actually good things about them, that he's done a pretty good job. So definitely take a look at them. They're actually available to check out on his channel for free. There's actually no harm in just giving it a quick squeak peek. Like his Jade Falcon cover. Oh, for Timothy Seal. Yeah. Timothy Seal. He's in my opinion one of my favorite BattleTech content creators, just because his music is really really good, and it, in my opinion, it really captures the spirit of BattleTech in a way that the original music doesn't really do, and also in a way that the new music, in my opinion, does not do at all. Like, I think that the sort of heavy metal approach was what was popularized by the Mech Warrior franchise later on, but even not so much. Like, it was mostly the Mech Assault games that popularized that. But before, it had sort of like a tribal punky, sort of mysticky sound to it, which is kind of cool. Kind of almost spooky. Hellcare X26, very similar to Wargame Fritz. Wargamer Fritz, I mean. I often confuse the two due to covering similar content and having a similar voice. Who knows, maybe it's him, but just as a different person. Split personality. These things happen.
No, allegedly on YouTube as well. Though somehow I have my doubts as to how real that actually is.
What do you mean?
Do you truly believe that Mandalore and Seth Zintak is the same person, Cal?
No.
Exactly.
The Mandalore's not a bad reviewer. But like, if I were to compare them, not to be mean, but like, Seth is more entertaining. But Mandalore is more informative. That makes sense?
Mandalore's Mandalore.
What does that mean? You're gonna fuck him or something, Bubs? Yeah.
He's Mandalore.
That's a yes. That's a... Facebook Battle 3028. BattleTech players by zip code. By what? Zip code? I'm more confused from reading that than anything. Draconis Wyvern says, bye, Kibs. Don't forget to report to your local breeder, Yuki. And hail the Draconis Combine. Hail! May it last another 1,000 years. Downtown Warcrimes. You're such a Draconis little slut. Well, if you're heading off, goodbye. See you later, Draconis. Oh my god, his name is Draconis. It all comes together, Bubs. Oh, shit.
Oh my god, you monkey. God help me.
It's shut up, Bubs. Listen, Bubs. Understand, Bubs. Prepare, Bubs. Grimdark Narrator does some BattleTech content, but to be blunt, a lot... I'm reading this, by the way, so nobody misinterprets it. A lot of his vids on BattleTech and other settings sounds like he's reading directly from a wiki. I still like him, though. Okay. I mean, some people just... Maybe he writes a script and he's just very, dry when reading it. Like, when I wrote scripts, I have a hard time reading them. I really need to focus on the bullet point stuff, because I just bounce. But I need to stop bouncing so much, because I bounce from subjects.
You need to stick to the bullet points.
Bullet points. I even went through the process of making them. And then I just stop looking at them and I just start ranting. Once I get going. It's like the bullet points rev me up and then I just go. And then it's like, and then I'm like, oh shit, where was I? Shit.
I might just follow the timeline in the BattleTech Universe Guide.
Speaking of, I'm going to give you guys our source material that we used for this video. Because it's actually not bad. It's actually a fantastic thing to check out. So if there's anything, this is a little bit more concise, and you can take it at your own leisurely pace. That right there is the BattleTech PDF for Universe. I'll pull it up here. Open it. It's loading. There we go. This, the BattleTech Universe Guide. It's pretty good. It's only a simple
50
pages. The art's pretty bad. But it gives you a nice bit of a rundown of the universe and what's going on in it, as well as a basic bitch timeline, much like this stream, because the stream was actually based on this actual source material. Definitely check it out. It goes into a little bit more detail, but not that much. It just gives you the general idea of things. It gives you like a flavor, like a sample. Oh, that's terrible. That Mech Warrior is ugly, Bubbles. I forgot how bad
Which one?
The girl thing at the bottom.
Oh, I don't know what it is.
The monstrosity. See, this is what I mean with the art, and this is why I wanted to take it upon myself to fix this problem, because I don't think CGL has the skill to pull it off. No offense to them. But really, you just need a little bit of vision. Like, come on. Like, a little bit of effort, a little bit of elbow grease, and this could be turned around very quickly. They're terrible to look at.
They are.
These are terrible.
They're very oddly proportioned.
I'm sorry about the art, chat, but that can't be helped. But know that the contents of this book are very handy, and you can use this to give to your friends if they don't have time to watch our content or not interested in it. This could also be a good way to try to bridge that gap, because that can be consumed at one's own pace, and it's not too big a read. It's only simple, like 40, 50 pages. Really, it's actually shorter than that if you just discount some of the mech stuff at the bottom. Depends on what your core interest is. Personally, for me, like, my bigger interest is actually in the narrative of BattleTech. I actually really like the story more than I actually like the tabletop idea. I like the dumb houses bonking each other, and then the clans invading and everyone being spurges and derping out. That was the stuff I thought was funny and great. That's actually where my main focus interest is.
I like the art.
Bubbles, you don't. You like to make fun of the art. You're not
I like the art.
Yeah, but what specifically do you like about it?
How terrible it is. That's what I like about the art, Kyle.
Brother
I didn't say it's good art.
Malachi says something kind of interesting to me. I suggest watching the end of the most recent Text Talks BattleTech vids. He lists in the end credits hireable artists that do great work. I might take a sneak peek at that. If you want, send me a DM to the timestamp section. That might even make it easier for Kib. Kib old and slow and lazy. And I'll take a look at that. I've already got some artists I have in my mind lined up for the task. I found this fantastic mecha artist from Japan who's really good, but he was a little bit too expensive. Little bit too much. Little, actually a lot. But I actually informed Arch about it because we'll be doing a joint series on this stuff, and so some of the art will actually be banked by Barch as well. I'll be doing a little bits of it because I do not have the resources Arch has at all. Like, all my resources are dedicated to the production of our game. What I'll be doing for the BattleTech series on our channel is actually taking my free spending money. It's going to take a hit. A little bit of hair bubbles is getting smaller and smaller.
That's fine.
It is. It's going to a worthy cause. At least I won't have to look at that thing again. Ugh.
Which one of them?
Or
There's
space.
so many.
There's so many. Oh my god. We're going to have to redo all the character art for the Star League source book. It's so bad.
Good luck with that one.
The Comstar one needs... There's some characters that actually aren't too bad in there. There's a lot that aren't, though. Amaris looks like a fucking... like a monkey. Like he... Richard Cameron looks like he's got downs. It's terrible. Hey, brother. BattleTech equal micromanagement. 40k equal micromanagement. Macro. Which one's macro, though? Which one's macro? He's like, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. I know. He means 40k. Stefan Amaris looks like the bargain Kubla Khan. Stop. That's terrible. Amaris stayed at the Golden Coral too long. Amaris needed to be aborted. It's conceived.
Amaris did nothing wrong.
He did some things wrong. He lost. How about that, Bubbles?
That was the best thing to do.
That was the best thing to do. What? Bubbles, why? Explain the reasoning, Bubbles. I'm sure you've thought this through.
Because how else would the Capellans become powerful?
But they didn't. They actually ended up getting smaller, Bubs.
Well, yes, but that was due to their own faults.
That's true. Check out the art from the house books from the 80s if you want to cry. No, I have those. I didn't use... I'm not going to use those. Like in my, you know what? Channel show you. I'll show you my Kibs PDF collection that I have bought from Chaos Games Labs as well as RPG Drive Through. I acquired I acquired all my PDFs that way. It's not too. They're not too expensive. Actually, pretty cheap. My favorite one's got to be the Star League source book though, because it's just the Comstar one. They're just Comstar one's special. The Star League one, I don't know how to describe it. Like story wise, it's actually really interesting. Art wise, it's a ride. Okay, it's an experience. Okay, Bubs. Like, oh, it's an experience, Bubs. I'm trying to find the thing. BattleTech.
Everything is an experience.
There we go. Here's Kib's PDF collection. All the bookus I own. I'm trying to remember. Source books. Yep, these are for the factions. And then it's been so long since I looked at these proper. Historical is the timeline, which I'm pretty sure is in order last I checked. Ugh, cringe. Look at that beautiful timeline. Look at it. Embrace it. I even have the old books, but I didn't bother sorting them because I couldn't. I couldn't be fucked.
That's a lot of books, though.
Some of them are actually pretty valuable, though, as far as information. There's the old house books. Oh, boy. Actually, I don't think this is the original one. I think the original one's actually just like a fist symbol. Some of these were scanned so poorly. Hey, that's not half bad. Where's the batted heart? Don't lie to me. Ah, these ones. It just looks ancient. Oh, not egregious, but it's not very good. Yep, there's one. There. It did not take long. But yeah. The art is special. I don't really use the old stuff. I mostly look at the newer prints because they're a little bit more bearable. Some of the old art is actually not half bad. Some of it's actually pretty good. Some of it. Like this one isn't half bad. Looks kind of neat. Hats are a bit silly. But it's kind of cute, kind of adorable. But yes.
I like this one. It's retarded.
Which one is that? Bibbos.
The one I sent you.
Bubbles, tell chat why you like this one. Oh my god, it's so tiny.
This is terrible.
What about it?
It looks awful.
What about it looks awful?
Absolutely retarded.
What about it looks retarded, Bubs?
Everything.
The fact that the mechs are just standing in like the grass.
No, that's fine. The mechs just look stupid, and in proper Comstar fashion, everything is fucking white.
It is.
Everything.
What, you got a
Jesus
problem with
Christ.
their artistic vision, Bubs?
No. Oh yeah, by the way, you can see on the on that image, you can see the Razzlehog flag there.
Yep. It's the Focht War College.
Mm-hmm.
Symbol of Comstar, symbol of the Second Star League, and this flag of Free Razzlehog Republic.
The Black Watch mech is beautiful.
Press X to Jason, says Shinkatsu for 50 Pascos. I don't know what that means.
Every mech needs a skirt. Jason. 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 Jason, Carl.
What?
Jason.
Oh.
Press X to Jason.
Why?
Jason. That's why, Carl.
Grab-ups. Being stupid.
Carl doesn't understand. Carl is ignorant.
Got Bubble sent me the thing. Code
The
breaking.
thing.
I mean, it's something. Those colored mechs look like your mechs, Bubbles, when we played Mech Warrior 5.
They're beautiful.
They're not as good as yours, because yours were even more vomitacious somehow.
I do have a talent.
You do. Like, even children can come up with better color schemes. It is a talent. Grey Death Legion has abandoned Suddenton after the tucking. The Tuckina Keshik arrives on world. What is that?
Don't look at me. Why don't you get the book and find out for yourself?
Thank God.
Hmm?
This is special, Bubs. Coloring book pages? Yes, it's from the coloring book for kids.
Activity book. It's got more than coloring.
Got coloring, word puzzles, and other things. I mean, at least it's got things for you to do, I guess.
Got things for children.
As a little kid, I would be like, I don't want to do that. That is me, though, in a nutshell, Bubs. Like, I would get this and be like, that looks neat pictures-wise. Like, meh. Put it and close it. Because I never wanted to use anything up as a little kid, especially if it was one of those things where you touch it and it expires or, like, got used up. I hated that. I was like, no, it's not reusable. Why would I do that? I can just look at it.
Ho, ho, ho. Or you could be a good person and just do it.
Never Bubbles. But I think we've done it. I think we've completed our little BattleTech stream, which actually managed to go almost 5 hours. I'm surprised. Hero was like, Bubbles, if it's too short, we'll do something else. And it's like, nope, then we're not going to do that, Bubs.
Don't worry. You can't stay on topic long enough for it to be short.
Yeah, that's true. That's good. It's a true podcast, then. Pseudo lorecast. Pseudopod lorecast.
The fail cast.
Bubbles, no. I'm going to call this a success based on the viewer retention and the likes and the fact that chat seemed to be happy.
Remember, chat, remove your likes.
If you don't want another series of this, I mean, go right ahead. If you don't want us to do more, I'm partial to
Yeah,
Sonic.
starting to cry already just from the idea of it.
I'm partial to the Sonic the Ice Hellion. Harmon, I don't know what that sounds like, but that sounds cursed as fuck. It's like, is that Sonic the Hedgehog?
Probably clanner bullshit.
Sounds stupid.
Probably clanner bullshit.
Probably is.
Sounds like clanner bullshit.
Yeah, well, chat, I think that wraps up this stream. I think so. I think we talked about all the subjects, the topics, the things. There's a general outline with general, like, what type of media there are and what types. I'm surprised. That went very well. I was expecting more problems.
Now we do the Geode era.
Now I'm expecting lots of problems. 1, the willpower to do it. 2, no. Get a real haircut donates a bit to say, read Twitch. No. I don't wanna. Alright, fine. What
Maybe you should do
specifically?
it then.
What
All of it?
specifically? Like the whole thing? The whole thing of Twitch chat? Like, I don't know
Yep,
if
read all of it, Cal.
Capellan Confederation, says Arrowman, has the most war crimes. They're a squabbling family who will fall the fuck in line when the neighbor talks shit. Steiner Scoutlands. Ah, Roselhog. It exists to get steamrolled by clanners. When are we landing, sir? We, soldier? That's in regards to the Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
Typhoon says, don't chat, no. Typhoon then says, their faces need a lot of work. Then Get a Real Haircut says, read Twitch. The last thing Get a Real Haircut said was, every time you say in terrestrial, I hear this one time in Bandcamp. I mean, that's basically what that's supposed to mean anyways. Seems good, seems good. Emojis. Yes. Does seem pretty good, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Haircut boy. Why do you call yourself Get a Real Haircut? That's not a name. Your name is Cuddy.
Cutter?
We'll call him Cutter. Oh, that's your
Word.
punishment for your sins.
Remember, Games Workshop man, bad man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not really worth mentioning anymore. Because a lot of these people are here to escape that stuff, so it's like, don't bring it up. We just let them grieve
No,
and
it's time for them to be sad.
fuck you. If your CO dies, just look at the bright side. You get to keep all the money. That's a quote from MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, sort of. Slightly paraphrased.
Sort of.
I'm impartial to the lore bit. I don't think I'll RP in the universe. Stompy robots in combat sounds like radio chatter. Latvis, you'll be beaten. Point man, Frosty donates. It doesn't. Fuck, I'm retarded. Says when Capellans wages war, crimes on themselves, that does not count. Good to know.
Those are words.
That was a string of words. He's like, don't judge me, goddammit. I will throw a hissy fit. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. But yes, I think that will probably conclude our little RP. Fucking Christ. Brain. This little
That will conclude the BattleTech stuff for this year.
Bubbles, I'm gonna make you do the Age of War.
Why?
How do you feel, Bubs?
What are you gonna give me?
We'll see. Well, it really depends on what I can get out of this. If I can get enough, maybe you will get something. But you know what you're gonna get, Bubs? A beating. A beating for being a bub. Ugh.
Come try. I'll welcome it.
It doesn't have the resources to do much, sadly. That is one of the sad limitations. You're not gonna see much reimagined art from you. You're gonna see like a piece here and there. You're gonna have to be grateful for that. We're gonna try, chat. We're gonna give it our all. Maybe. Boogs says he was promised war crimes. I feel cheated. We talked about several dozen war crimes, actually.
Glossed over them mostly.
They really, I didn't want to go too far into depth because they deserve their own bitches. They're gonna be great. I actually want to get art of them. The Age of War thing will be next, but it's gonna be a while because I actually want to do art for it before we do it. And so it's actually gonna be relatively slow production-wise. I'm gonna be honest with you guys in that because I kind of want to have cool art for it because I think there's a lot of cool stuff I could do with it. But I don't really have the resources, like I said, but I can do it. It just means it's gonna take time, and we'll get it done. Maybe A month? I'm thinking... Probably. Probably. In order to get the pieces I want. Can't go overboard, otherwise it'll be 2 months. And then we'll be sad. So probably a month. Probably next month then, Jeff. I need to wait till I get my paycheck. Buy some cool fancy pantsy art. Sexy. Why not talk about your Canopian roots?
You're a canoop.
Alright, chat. Well, we're gonna end it here. Have a good night. We'll see you guys in tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's Carrier Command 2. Be interesting. That's a new game coming out. We're playing with Barch. Barch will be there. See you guys tomorrow.
Goodbye.